Welcome to this special board meeting of the Gilbert Public Schools Governing Board. Today is Tuesday, August 18th. Prior to convening the regularly or the special board meeting, which will follow immediately, we have a need for an executive session. That is item 1 on your agenda, item 1.01. A call for executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03 and 8 for discussion or consideration of matters relating to school safety operations or school safety plans or programs. Board members, is there a motion? Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys. Been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it, Dr. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion prior to a vote? If not, then we will vote on the motion to move to executive session, which will occur in the first floor conference room. All those in favor of moving to executive session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
same. Motion carries 5-0. We will convene executive session.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Yep. Good evening and welcome to tonight's special board meeting. It is Tuesday, August the 18th, and we will call this meeting to order. We'll move to item 2, which is the special board meeting, the calling to order of 2.01. 2.02 is a moment of silence, and 2.03 will be the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Wood. If you'll please join me in a moment of silence.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I note that we have not listed a roll call, so item 2.04 will be the roll call. Ms. Wilson?
Dr. Santa Cruz,
Here?
Ms. Laurie Wood,
Here.
Mr. Reed Carr,
Here.
Ms. Jill Humphreys,
Here.
Ms. Sheila Ujedi,
Ms. Ujedi, are you there?
Ms. Ujedi, hold on, I think she has to call in.
All indicators were that Ms. Ujedi would be with us telephonically. She was with us at the executive session, and we expect that she will be here shortly.
Yeah. Ms. Ujedi,
I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Ujedi.
Mr. President, all board members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. We'll move to item 3, which is request to speak to the governing board, and we'll ask our technician to please play the recorded message. The board may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on an issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual board members may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask a matter to be put on a future agenda. However, members of the board shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during the open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. During the open call, the board requests that speakers refrain from voicing complaints against school personnel or any person connected with the district, as it may impact due process rights. Policy KE, KEB, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Forms required for use of these policies can be obtained from the Gilbert Public Schools website. Thank you. We will begin our open call to the public. There are approximately 30 requests. And what we will do is, and I apologize in advance, I hope that I can not massacre people's names. If I do, please correct me as you come to the microphone. We will call the first two and the third speaker, and we will continue stacking them up about three at a time, so that please be ready when you are up for speaking. Our first speaker this evening will be Jason Ellis. Our next speaker after Mr. Ellis will be Matthew Oskowitz. And third will be Brittany Smith. Mr. Ellis.
Dr. Santa Cruz, may I ask, is it the typical 3-minute time
Yes.
period as well?
Typical 3 minutes.
And that will be on the,
It'll be on the
Okay.
screen.
thank you.
Please adhere to the 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your time. I understand this is a tough time for everybody involved. But I do have some opinions and concerns I'd like to express. First of all, what is happening right now is almost sickening. I feel like we're leaving our children behind. They're not being able to be provided with not only sufficient education, not even reasonable voices, but an opportunity to learn. They're being left behind because the tools that are being provided to them are barely working. I could stand up here and tell you, as somebody with a learning disability, that this would be impossible for me to operate in if I had to. I could talk about how it's a violation of my civil rights by not providing adequate services to help my children learn, but I'm not. I'm gonna actually tug at your heartstrings and ask if you folks want to be responsible for looking at these children and saying, they don't matter. Their education doesn't matter. You guys don't care. And I don't think you guys don't care, but we're allowing the empty rhetoric that's on the news now that is not substantiated by evidence that they're going to get sick, that they're going to die, that any of this is actually gonna happen. That evidence isn't there. These kids need to be in school. They need to be able to get the education that they deserve. And I find it almost sickening, in my personal opinion, that we're allowing this to happen. We owe it to these children to get an education. I'm a stepdad and I'm new to this. So I find it almost appalling that my tax dollars over all these years that I didn't have kids has gone to this. The systems don't work. I try to log on to Buzz and my 5-year-old's doesn't work. My 10-year-old's doesn't work. And then I'm being pulled in multiple directions. I have a job to do too. And being a parent is my primary focus, but I need help educating my kids. And that's why we send them to schools. And unless you guys want to be responsible for creating a class of children that are undereducated, subsequently making a subservient class of people, that is going to fall on you guys. That is going to fall on you by not having the tools and giving them the opportunity to succeed. I'm begging you, please let our kids go back to school. Please. And on that, I'll rest.
Thank you. Mr. Oskowitz?
It's Oskowitz, yes. And I'd like to, and I thought that was a great segue for me. My name is Matthew Oskowitz. I have a son here in school, but I also have other children in other schools. And I'm here to tell you that, yes, your children will get sick. Yes, some of them will die. How can I say that? Because one of my children got sick because he went back to school too soon. How do I know that? Because no one else in the family had been tested positive, to test, everyone in the household tests negative. Everyone continues to test negative, and he tested positive. And unfortunately, he's a severely autistic child who got sick. And I have the unfortunate circumstance of having to explain or try to attempt to explain to my severely autistic child that he can't go to school because he's sick. But he got sick because he went to school. So all this rhetoric about how children aren't in danger, they're not going to get sick, they're not going to have any harm come to them is foolhardy at best. My other concern is I'd like to emphasize to the district, because of that, to emphasize extreme caution before opening the schools back up. And I would also ask the board to take into consideration that you were elected as leaders, and leaders make the hard choices and make the hard decisions. And this is at that time where that decisions need to be made. I'm concerned about that a decision needs to be made on what criteria we're going to use to open the school, and we stick with that criteria. My concern is I've also heard inferences, well, we're only going to concern ourselves with the Gilbert area in terms of schools, in terms of infection rates and everything else, and I believe you can't do that because the majority of the people who live in Gilbert, which happens to be a bedroom community, come from outside of Gilbert. Majority of your teachers that go to these schools live outside of Gilbert. The school my son attends, 40% of the students come outside of Gilbert. So if we're really going to look at when are we going to open the school and what statistics we're going to utilize, we need to utilize, unless you're going to go through and ask all the teachers and all the parents and all the students where they live and bring that information into the equation, I think we need to stick with Maricopa County as being the data set that we need to go by in terms of opening the schools. But again, I emphasize we need to exercise caution. Children will get sick. There was a study by the National Institute of Health with Arizona specifically in 2010 that said there was a significant decrease, 42% increase in kids getting influenza over the 2-year break of Christmas. So just by closing those schools, it has a significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brittany Smith, and then we'll have Kaylin Helmright, and then the other person is just simply noted as Ellison.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Smith, and I have 3 children attending Gilbert Public Schools. I am eagerly anticipating and advocating for in-person schools for my children. Please consider the following health measures for in-person students. If taking temperature checks, please consider pointing the infrared ray on the thermometer at the child's crease in their arm instead of at their forehead, where it comes in direct contact with the pineal gland. The pineal gland helps children with sexual development. It creates the strongest antioxidant, melatonin, and can disrupt sleep-wake cycles. When taking a temperature, you will see that the crease of the arm and the forehead will produce the same temperature. This will also minimize the effects of pointing a gun-shaped object at our children's heads every day. Number 2, please consider using hand sanitizers that do not have methanol in them. There have been about 115 hand sanitizers that the FDA has pulled off the shelf since COVID-19 began. The following is from the FDA website. Methanol is not an acceptable ingredient in hand sanitizers and must not be used due to its toxic effects. The FDA's investigation of methanol in certain hand sanitizers is ongoing, end quote. Please check ingredients. Number 3, please consider using safe cleaning products in our schools that are not filled with chemicals. Force of Nature is an EPA-registered disinfectant with no toxic chemicals. It uses electricity, tap water, plus a capsule of salt water and vinegar to create an EPA-registered disinfectant that kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria, including SARS-CoV-2, the cause of COVID-19. It has been EPA-registered for use in daycare, schools, universities, hospitals, ICUs, etc. It is also cheaper than Lysol and Clorox disinfecting wipes and sprays. Unfortunately, in my opinion, masks are bacteria-filled petri dishes. I imagine during mask breaks, children throwing them on their desks, masks falling on the ground, getting stepped on, shoved in backpacks, pockets, maybe falling on the bathroom floor, and then being required to put them back on their faces. This may not be the safest or healthiest protocol. A suggestion to parents might be to tie a piece of yarn from one loop of the mask to the other, so during mask breaks, the mask can just hang in front of them on their chest. This will allow less bacteria and viruses to be transferred directly into our children's mouth and nose, where they are susceptible to becoming sick. Let's strengthen our kids' and teachers' immune systems instead of weakening them further. Let's have the healthiest classrooms in the state. We're ready. Let's go back in person. Just give us the choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kayla Hamler, and I attend Desert Ridge Junior High School. Some of the challenges with online schooling for me have been increased stress, anxiety, and frustration. When I do work, sometimes I don't understand things and I need help with teachers, but since we have to do independent work by ourselves on online, it's harder to ask the teacher for help. Sometimes teachers have a hard time using Buzz and WebEx because they haven't learned the system right and they needed more time. My grades have been lowered because I have a hard time staying focused while learning online. In 7th grade, I had straight A's. I was able to focus in the classroom and really enjoy learning. But in 8th grade, this has all changed. Please bring back in-person schooling. It is essential for a lot of kids and students out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
My name is Elson. I am in 2nd grade. I came to tell you online school is super hard. I didn't know how to use a computer. Sometimes I get so sad because I can't hear or see my teacher. I hate when I miss story time and when it glitches. Online school makes me sad because I can't be with my friends or teacher. I know online school makes some people happy. That's great. They are special and should do what makes them happy. Going to school is what makes me happy. My brothers and friends also want to go to school. We are special too. Can we please go back to school? Thank you.
Next up will be Noah Madison, Nevin Cawley, and Chad Kirby.
Hello. Hello, my name is Noah Madison. I'm the freshman class president at Gilbert High School. I would like to start by saying thank you to all the teachers and staff that have put all in the work to make online happen. I also wanted to say, however, that it is not working. Every day I wake up dreading the fact that I have to log in. There are connection problems, communication problems, and I am just not learning the way I used to. Usually I'm very excited and outgoing about school, but online is making me feel the exact opposite. School is a way for me to socialize, say hi, make new friends and connections. I miss my friends and I miss school. I'm a 14-year-old boy saying I miss school. That's saying something. I was very excited for this year. I was going to meet new people and teachers. I was going to be in high school, the place I've been waiting for. I was excited for high school sports. I was excited for my high school classes, and I was excited for all the new people I would meet. But all of that was put on hold, and we're not even being told when we're going back. We are not asking for everyone to be forced back into school. We're asking for a choice to go back. I know there are a lot of people still afraid, and I respect that, but those people can stay home and do online. If it works for them, great, but it is definitely not working for me. We have had extensive conversations at home as a family about the risk of going back. We have decided that we cannot be so afraid of getting it that we stop living our lives. Most of my friends and the people I've talked to want to go back. The CDC says school plays a critical role in promoting the health and safety of young people and helping them establish lifelong healthy behaviors. I don't understand why we can't go back. But also, I wanted to say, as much as I hate online school, I have a loving family to help me through it. But think about those people with neglectful families. There's no way they're learning, and they are stuck at home without help. I've had several kids, and I know several kids that have been depressed because they have been stuck at home and haven't had a chance to be with their friends at school, and they are not getting the attention they need. For a little bit, I was debating on going to a school that opened the 17th because I was that desperate, but I didn't want to leave the school I love. Kids need school. So right now, I'm hoping you guys make the right decision and make us go back as soon as possible. My parents filled out the survey that was sent out that gave the choice of in-person learning. I'm trusting as a school board you honor that choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Board and Superintendent McCord, for the chance to speak. We are in a pandemic, and I recognize that our state is finally making progress on many things that help, like masks, social distancing, but there are still conversations happening around schools reopening that are alarming. I see the situation like this. I am a theater teacher. I teach stagecraft with junior high students. Every year when we begin our building unit and get to the tools like saws, drivers, drills, the students' eyes light up. They immediately want to handle the tools. They love the loud noise and the ripping wood, and they want to pick up the tools and build now. And they get loud about it. As we learn the rules and the ways to handle the tools, the students feel that they are ready to work with them. No matter what, my answer is always the same. They will get to use the tools when they can show that they understand the level of skill and caution they need to use these tools. Even though they would probably be okay, it is my responsibility to make sure that they are safe. This responsibility has been entrusted to me by the student and their parents to make sure I give them a solid education, keep them safe while doing that. But I know that my responsibility goes beyond that as well. If I am lax in my standards and allow students to move forward too early, the possibility of injury increases. An injury would directly affect the student and their family, but it would have an even wider effect than that. I know that an injury would affect the future of the drama program to have junior high students work with the tools. I know that my actions would affect the school and parents' trust in our staff and our programs. I know that if an injury occurred, that this would also affect the district and policies regarding our programs. I know if I am not responsible, that it could also affect the finances of the district if there were a lawsuit. When the students are in my care and their safety is my responsibility, I know I need to provide a cautious approach because the consequences of moving forward too soon can have wide-ranging effects personally, locally, and in our overall community. Our state, and more specifically our district, is in this spot. We're heading in the right direction, but even if we meet the bare minimum benchmarks, that we are still at moderate risk and are recommended for hybrid schooling per the Arizona Department of Health. Our families, students, teachers, staff, and our district need you, our board, to take a cautious approach to reopening so that we can continue to have our community be safe. It just takes a little more patience and looking at not the lowest numbers to get back quickly, but the numbers in our surrounding areas so we know how they can affect us. It takes resisting what we want right now and knowing we can do better if we have patience and take a cautious approach. The riskier approach may not cause anything, but would you want me putting a power tool in a child's hands before they're ready? I have one final request of the board. There's been talk of positive COVID infections with teachers in the district already. To avoid confusion and rumor, I request that during your discussion tonight, please confirm if there are positive cases within GPS and how they have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Kirby. After Chad, Max Kirby. And after Max, Trina Jonas.
The challenge of focusing on the power tool forgets the bigger picture where so many are being damaged by the nails surrounded all around them. Yes, indeed, COVID is real. There is no question. But to put our lives on hold and the collateral damage that will occur because of it is something I don't think any of us want to think about. You see, there are people that are sick and it is devastating. But remember, you represent us and there's an accountability to us. And the people, yes, the people that don't want to live in fear but seek freedom want our schools opened and we want our children to return. You see, childhood is a very short glimpse, a short period of time in their life. And when you rob that from them, there will be collateral damage. And right now we are seeing that. I have 9 children, 3 of which have already graduated from Gilbert High, 4, a group of them have. And there's 5 left to go. And I can tell you, I'm grateful that they have each other. But on Saturday, they had a friend come over, and his mother picked him up. And this 9-year-old boy got in the car and started crying to his mother and said, "I'm so grateful to be around children again." You see, when we rob these children of their childhood, when we rob these teenagers of the experiences that will impact them to be contributing adults in our society, we are robbing our society. Yes, COVID is real. Yes, fear is real. But may Gilbert Public Schools embrace freedom and optimism even amidst adversity. Yes, adversity comes. We face it every single day. But just like the person who chooses to ride their bike in the bike lane, which I think is ridiculous, but you can see I'm not a big fan of exercise to begin with, but the person who rides that bike in the bicycle lane, they take a risk. And if you have children that are in a high-risk category, online school will be beneficial for them because they will not have the mass students on it. If you are a teacher that is in high risk, please take the precautions and stay home, but don't take parents' freedoms away. Liberty, unlike the mayor of Los Angeles said, is not to be earned. It's part of living in the United States of America. And I encourage all of you on the Gilbert Public School Board to consider the minds and hearts of the people in Gilbert who plead for you to not rob our children of their childhood. I have a teenage son who dropped 2 AP classes this week because it is not working. Have the courage to stand up and do what is right and let our children return to school.
Thank you. Max Kirby.
Hi, my name is Maxwell Allen Kirby III. I go to Greenfield Junior High, and I'm just saying it is so hard. I can't even log onto my computer without going to my mom. I don't care saying this, crying, saying it's not working, it's not working. In every single class, my highest grade is a D+. And it is so annoying. I try my hardest. It's not working. I'm with my teacher today. He's saying if anyone needs help, talk to me. But I try getting help, but I can't get to him. I don't know why, but this isn't working. My computer just shuts down. I can't log back onto Buzz, and everything's glitching. It's lagging. I'm just thinking, can I quit school? Like, as my dad said, you're taking the childhood away from us. I was hoping to go here because, first of all, they said they had amazing food at Greenfield. And I just want to Like, I love school mostly because I get to interact with my friends that I can't see at my home. I love hanging out with my friends. I haven't seen some of my friends for like 7 months because of this stupid coronavirus. All I'm asking is, can we please go back to school? All my friends say, this is so easy, but I know because I've asked their parents. This is difficult for everyone. Everyone's trying to make it through. But no one is having this be easy for them. All I'm asking is, please send us back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Trina Jonas.
Yes. Okay, my name's Trina Jonas, and I am happy with all the different perspectives you're going to hear tonight. I could say a lot about technology and lots of various things, but I'm going to talk about a different angle that you probably haven't heard and that I can uniquely talk about. I have been on boards. I've been the PTSO president at elementary school for several years. I'm the current president of the junior high PTSO. I am the vice president of your VNet training team, helping train all of the parents in the district, and also vice president of a boosters, and that's all just this year. There is no one that loves Gilbert Public Schools more than myself, and I'm trying really hard to not be emotional. I moved here 6 years ago. I love public school. I supported Red for Ed. I have personally donated thousands of dollars beyond my tax dollars, thousands of hours. I have recruited tons of people to our school out of charter schools. I am not a charter school fan. I have even been the parent representative at your recruitment events. I have helped set up PR for Gilbert Public Schools. I love public schools. So to watch what is happening to our district and the long-term effect of what staying closed, why all the charter schools around us are opening, is devastating. My phone has been ringing off the hook since school started with amazing parents leaving. Amazing. Like, the people leaving are your doers. Those are your parents who are doing all the things. Like at one of our schools, you can't even go to all of your kids' field trips because there's so many parents that want to be there going on all the field trips. That is unique. The parents in Gilbert are amazing. We have the best parents who are actively involved. That's why they're here, because they care. The parents who don't care, great, those are not the ones you're losing. Those are the ones that are just gonna sit there and ride the wave. The parents who are amazing, that make this so amazing, are leaving, and I don't know that we can get them back. It has never occurred to me in my wildest dreams that I would pull my kids out of school, but the online education they're receiving is so subpar that I cannot, I feel like I'm failing them by letting them stay in it every day. So to get up every day and feel like you're failing your child when you have dedicated your life to making their public education experience better has been an emotional and difficult experience. And then to watch your friends leave, to watch amazing families leave our district, is heartbreaking, to be honest. I have been heartbroken. I beg you to open our schools. I know this is a little different angle, but I know that I represent a lot of parents. I have had an unbelievable amount of calls, and right now parents are feeling that we're being put down because we want our kids back in school. My kids are depressed. They're not doing well. And they're bright students. They're in all the gifted programs. This is not going well. So we need to open as soon as possible and give parents choice. This is about choice. The online people, the people who are at high risk, they can stay home. We are not asking for you to change anything for them. We're asking for the 89% who chose to choose their children's school to let us take that risk. The risk is on us. It's a risk reward, and let us decide that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jason Jonas, Andrea Nesvold, and Cammie Stevens.
Good evening. For those who know me, just me showing up here tonight is saying something. Normally, I let my wife, who just spoke before me, do most of the talking, and you can probably understand why. I'm usually working long hours or running the kids around to their activities or school events and such. So why am I here is I decided I need to come because I think I have a unique perspective that I can offer that might be a little different. You see, I am the son of a mother who was a teacher for 20 some odd years. who then went on to become an administrator in a school and finished her career as a principal. So a lot of times I'm sure you're hearing a bunch of emotional replies, and it's from one side or the other. I seem to have a lot of connections to every side. My brother is an emergency room physician here in Arizona who has been on the front lines of COVID since day one. My sister is a pediatric nurse practitioner in Southern California who's been on the front lines of COVID day one. I myself, I went into the business world and I spend most of my time helping organizations deal with complexity and helping them improve and use data to make good decisions to either turn around struggling operations or to grow and get even better. When I talk to all of them and make my decision, I should also note too, don't need to, but I'm a registered independent. I can't stand when people don't bring thoughts to the table for any issue, so I don't come here with any preconceived notion. And I'm also willing to admit that I am one who has had COVID, not to any fault of my own. I'm also the officer of my organization that it operates in 22 different cities across the country, 15 different states, and I'm the officer in charge of the COVID response. And I've seen what it does. I've seen how you have to respond. I've seen the complexities, the contact tracing, all those things, dealing with legal, dealing with HR, all those many things. So after incorporating all the different facts and perspectives, I basically have one question that I want to ask, and I'll give a couple notes before that. With my leaning, the question is net or gross, and I'll come back to that, but net or gross. When I lean to my mother, hey, how's this going to go? Right away, this is going to be a disaster. Why is it going to be a disaster? Because we're not ready for it, we're not trained for it. When I ask my siblings, how's it going to go? What would you do? Well, what's the first rule of medicine? First, do no harm. Do we have any idea how much harm that we're doing our kids and our families, right? But last, net or gross. When I go into these organizations and we look at data, right, one of the key concepts that a lot of organizations, even successful ones, do is they look at the wrong data or they look at it the wrong way. And oftentimes they're not realizing, am I looking at a gross number or a net number? I have no doubt that you on the board, particularly those who are voting to keep schools closed, have great intentions. But are you looking at net or gross? If you save one life, right, it may be worth it, right? But are you considering the net effects that some of the previous speakers have gone? Abuse, neglect, drugs, alcohol, families crumbling, right? What is that worth to one case of COVID or one life? So I ask you, when you consider this, I have no doubt that you have great intentions of wanting to save lives. But let's look at the net number. Let's not look at gross COVID. Let's incorporate the whole picture. Because I'm very confident, after talking to so many people that have so many different interests that are tied to one another, that if we look at the net number of who's benefited or who's harmed, that we will come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Nesfold, Cammie Stevens, and Ryan Johnson.
Hi. I've never done this before, but I am here to speak to you as a parent as well as a former educator. So many of the people that have come up here already have spoken to you as parents and as children in the district, and they're forgetting about what it's like to be the teacher. In the last meeting, I heard many parents mention that if a teacher doesn't want to teach in person, they can quit, and that's an option. And sure, it is. Many have in districts that have opened and at schools that have opened, but they don't realize that teachers have a contract, that they'll be penalized if they choose to quit, that they are paid based on the number of years that they are at a district, and if they choose to quit and go to a new district, they will start over at the bottom base pay, and that they have relationships with their students and their parents, and they don't want to leave. They literally don't want to leave. My mother is a 66-year-old speech pathologist that works at a charter school in Tucson, Arizona. They went back to school on Monday. She didn't want to quit. She was going to go. She had a lot of health complications in April. My sister and I cried to her, begged her not to go, and convinced her to call her principal and say, I can't, but I want to continue to teach my students. This is what I want to do. And she was lucky that she had a principal that was willing to work with her. But in all situations, that's not possible. All of these teachers have someone who loves them and who doesn't want to see them get COVID and possibly die, or end up in a hospital where they can't have their loved ones sit next to them, like my mother was. So please keep that into consideration as well as these students. Now, as a parent, I want my children to go back to school, but I want to wait until it is safe. I work. Yes, right now I'm lucky enough to be able to do so from home, but I'm working, I'm holding meetings, I have deadlines to meet. So no, it's not easy for me to manage 3 young children learning online from home. Yes, they're frustrated. Yes, I'm frustrated. I'm pretty sure one of my kids' classes heard me curse on the first day of school because I threw my hands up in the air and didn't know what to do anymore. But we're figuring it out, and every day it gets better, every day it gets easier, and we're figuring it out together as a family. I've heard many parents say that their children want to go back, that they're begging to go back. I heard kids standing here saying that they want to go back, but they want to go back to school that they knew. They want to go back to school where they can have fun with their friends, they can go to the playground and run around. That's what my kids want. But that's not reality. If we go back to school today, our kids can't sit next to each other in the lunchroom. They can't play on the playground with each other. They have to sit 6 feet apart. They have to wear masks. It's not the school that they knew, and it's not the school that they want. Next, I hear parents saying that I can choose to keep my kids on at home, but I have children with special needs. And if I take them out and I keep them online, then they have to do the asynchronous option, and they don't get the teachers. My 6th grader doesn't get the special ed teacher he's been working with for the last 3 years. He doesn't get the ELA teacher who sat in his IEP meeting last year just to make sure that he was ready for this year. He gets an asynchronous teacher, and that's not fair to him. Yes, I have the choice, but please wait, follow science, follow the metrics, and let's open when it's safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Cammie Stevens, Ryan Johnson, and Jennifer Jung.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us speak to you today. My name is Cammie Stevens. I moved to this district 4 years ago from out of state. I have a son that just graduated high school this last year. I have a daughter that's a sophomore and a boy that's in 6th grade. The concerns I have today, I'd like to share just a little bit different angle with you. I've heard those that are concerned their kids going back to school, them not going back to school, and everybody has a different opinion. I'd like to share my opinion, and my thoughts are a little bit different. When we moved here 4 years ago, my son started high school 3 days after moving here. That was a very big change for him, considering he was going from junior high school to high school and then moving and not having a single familiar face to recognize. He went from being a high honor roll student his whole entire life to barely thriving. He went through a very deep depression, and I worried about him, and I worried about his life. The thing that pulled him through was school. Miraculously, he made the basketball team his freshman year. It truly saved his life. The camaraderie, the children, the kids kept him going every day. I'm sorry to the gentleman that lost a boy going to school. I'm sorry to those children to those parents who feel we shouldn't go back to school. They have that choice, and I feel you've listened to the minority. But I feel you've neglected the majority here. Realize how many kids are saved by going to school. You don't hear that number. You don't get that number. But I am here to tell you, I am one of those. So sad that one gentleman lost his son, and I feel for him, but please know, there are many, many, many children that are saved by going to school. Please look at every angle. Please listen to us. Please listen to the majority. I agree there needs to be precautions, and you can take those precautions. The children can wear masks. You can take their temperatures. You can do all of those safety precautions. I'm not saying throw those out the window. Please listen. If you are afraid and you are letting this fear control your decisions, nobody should have gotten behind the wheel of a vehicle today to come here tonight. Nobody should have done those things. Look at every aspect and angle and know there are many more children saved by going than staying home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Johnson, and I'm a parent of 3 students in the Gilbert School District, and I'm very concerned about their current learning environment. I can relate to and agree with a lot of the things that have been said tonight. But right now, I'd like to talk a little bit about data. I know, super boring, but it seems relevant right now. I've spent nearly 20 years in the healthcare industry, where I've been involved with financial and actuarial projections within the public healthcare programs. My work requires extensive data analysis. The Arizona Department of Health Services, ADHS, has been tracking the COVID-19 benchmark statistics using an epidemiological curve approach of reporting weekly statistics over time. And with this approach, we have the ability to observe time trends to understand ongoing and future disease patterns. I want to spend a couple minutes talking about the time trends we can observe from the most recent data. And I think we're going to be talking about data later, so maybe this will be relevant. The data sources I'll be referencing are from the ADHS school dashboard and maricopa.gov. The data reported lags about 14 to 21 days, but we can learn a lot about where the numbers are going by looking at the past trends. It's important to note that the current epi curve that we are experiencing is symmetrical in nature, meaning the numbers are decreasing at roughly the same rate that they were increasing. This means we can draw conclusions from the time trends we are seeing from the most recent weeks and how they apply to the current benchmark recommendations for school openings. I don't think it's important to discuss the two of the 3 benchmark metrics because those have both been met by data reported through July 26th. However, it is noteworthy that the cases and cases per thousand have been dropping at an average rate of 28% since the peak of the curve near the end of June, and the hospitalizations for COVID-like illness have been steadily on decline at 3% a week since the peak. Because we'd expect these time trends to continue, even at slower rates, we would expect that by today, all the minimum best case metrics may already be met for these 2 benchmarks. For the 3rd benchmark, 2 consecutive weeks with percent positivity below 7%. This is the only metrics that has not been met as of the current reporting through July 26th. As we can see in the data within Arizona and other parts of the country, the percent positivity rate tracks very closely to the trends with the other 2 benchmark metrics, cases and hospitalizations. For maricopa.gov, the percent positivity for Gilbert School District was at 7.8% for the week ending August 2nd. That's over 2 weeks ago. Since the peak week at the end of June, time trends have shown an average weekly decrease of 3%, meaning the percent positivity rate has dropped an average of 3% a week. Again, looking at these time trends, it's highly likely that as of today, we have exceeded the 7% benchmark and may even be at the minimal or best case scenario standard at less than 5%. There's wisdom in creating the benchmarks and holding these standards developed by our health department professionals, and we appreciate that. I'm here today to highly encourage the district to be prepared to quickly move to in-person classes, since the data is showing that we are most likely already achieving and or exceeding the recommended benchmarks. Waiting for the data reporting lag, ignoring the time trends, and symmetrical pattern of the curve will put us further behind in providing our children with the best learning experience possible. I appreciate the board, superintendent, and all those that are doing their best for our teachers and our children. Thank you.
Thank you. After Jennifer, we have Angie Ward and Nikki McEwen.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Young, and I have 2 kids that are in 2nd and 3rd grade at Mesquite Elementary. They're 3rd generation Gilbert Public Schools attendees. My dad graduated Gilbert High School. I graduated Gilbert High School in 04 with Dr. Santa Cruz. How you doing, sir?
All right.
And my kids are now at Mesquite. I came kind of with some thoughts, but I'll keep it short and sweet. To the gentleman that spoke second, I'm sorry that your child got sick. I can empathize with you and your child. I'm an ER nurse. I've been on the front lines since March. I understand the risks. The difference between you and I is you had a choice and I don't. I need my kids back in school. Second thing I want to say, Second thing I want to say is we know the risks and we're willing to take it. We need a choice to get our kids back in school. The third thing I want to say, and what actually got me down here tonight, is in the last 24 hours, I have heard on 3 separate occasions from 3 different parents that people have been hacking into our Buzz websites, which you guys tell me is supposed to be good for our children. They've hacked into the websites and they have been doing what I can only describe as highly inappropriate and illegal things on our WebExes. What are you doing to protect our children from sex predators? What are you doing? And I guess I'll leave with this, is that we just want a choice. I understand that people want to stay home. They should stay home. I would recommend that they stay home, but all we want is a choice. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Santa Cruz, may I? May we ask Dr. McCord and his staff to follow up with this woman, if there are cases, if we can get the particulars of those so we can immediately investigate them?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure that'll be in the cycle. Ms. Ward?
Hi, my name is Angie Ward, and I have 5 children that have made their way through the Gilbert Public School system. Currently, I have 3 of them in Gilbert Public Schools. And as parents of Gilbert Public Schools students, the vast majority of us are willing to take on the risks because we believe in the rewards of in-school learning. You don't need to take on those risks for my children. When I send my son out on the football field, I know that there's no guarantee that he won't get hurt. He wears a helmet, he does what he's been taught to do to stay safe, and we accept what comes because we know of the many benefits. My high school students that have never had anything below A's are currently sitting with B's in every class. They're struggling with online learning. One of my daughters, who again has never had anything below an A, is even getting a B in dance. She is struggling. They're all struggling despite the fact that they are well educated. They have well educated parents, and as parents, my husband and I are very interested in supporting them and helping them, but even with all that, they are struggling. On the second day of school, a Spanish teacher sent an email to the parents saying that she wouldn't be logging in that day due to a family issue. I'm very afraid that if online schooling is the only option for all of these kids, that those types of things will continue to happen, and our children will continue to suffer if we rely on that online schooling for all of our kids. It's just not the same amount of accountability. So as it's been said earlier, 11% have the choice to stay home, but right now the 89% are not being given the choice. And as a school board, we know that you have very difficult decisions to make, but I believe that you're elected to do the most amount of good for the most amount of people. Please let us as parents have that choice and realize that the rewards of in-school learning outweigh the risks by opening our schools immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that in-person education is a big part of Gilbert. Because I've had 5 kids go to school through Gilbert. 3 have graduated already. I have 2 currently in. One is in 6th grade, and then the other one is a junior. But the reason that I know Dr. McCord and his family is because in junior high, we have 2 sons, and they happen to be the same age. So in junior high and high school, they went to school together. And because of that, and we've spent time together at banquets and on the sidelines, and his wife and I in the concession stands. This is what made Gilbert, is we meet each other, our kids. Because I have 5 kids, my circle of help, my kids' happiness just expanded, huge, because then they have that many more people that they can go to, that many more friends that they can be in contact with. I know Reed Carr because guess what? I walked into an elementary cafeteria and he was my son's basketball coach. And we played Wham, and he coached my oldest son. Or no, my second son. That's right. Because he has a son that's Casey's age, my son's age. And that's what in-person school does. That's what the education that we provide in person, it doesn't just give an education. It gives this, a huge plethora of people that are awesome. That's why Gilbert's great, right? I don't know Lori Wood. Guess what? I've cheered for her sons while they played football. And my daughters ran track with her son. I've had her son in my home to have spaghetti dinner before the state track meet. Guess what? It's 100% because we had in-person education. Now, you take all those things away and we only have school online, then it's about the education. And the education online is not good. Like, we know it's not as good as it could be, right, in person. I love the teachers. Unfortunate for them, they're being evaluated every single day by me and by every parent. And I see them, and it's painful to watch them struggle to get the kids, oh, now click on this tab, and then go to Buzz and click on this tab. And it's hard for me. I've heard these teachers are amazing before I even came, you know, as my daughter was going into 6th grade and Callie as a junior. And it's sad because I think even the teachers can't reach their potential. They didn't choose, you know, this. And I realize in the circumstances, if they are in a risk to maybe possibly get sick, that we do have that for them. But don't take away what I think is a big part of what made Gilbert so awesome. Is it's kind of like a small town. I went to Gilbert High School, and my kids will all graduate from Gilbert. And this year, for the first time, I'm like, you know what? Is this the right school for my kids? I'm waiting. I'm hoping that tonight I have like the biggest celebration at my house. And we're like, yay! Everybody's going back to school. And we can again be like happy Gilbert families again that help each other and know each other. So please let our kids go back to school.
Thank you. Next up is Jimmy Lindblom, then Jeffrey Hendrickson, and Megan Winter. Jimmy Lindblom, Jeffrey Hendrickson, and Megan Winter.
Apologize, it's a rowdy crowd in that other room. You couldn't hear my name. My name's Jimmy Lindblom. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm a product of Gilbert Public Schools. You were my principal many years ago, and I currently have 5 children, one of which is in the district at Highland High right now. I'm an advocate of a robust, strong education system. I have been for my whole life. I currently serve as a board member for the Arizona Business and Education Coalition on the Arizona Chamber of Commerce and with the East Valley Partnership. I'm also on the board with the Phoenix Metro Boys and Girls Club, a club which has stayed open through the entire pandemic and served our community with much needed support for children who needed a place to be while parents worked. As a board, we dealt with COVID issues early in March. It's not March anymore. It's August, I think. It's been a long summer. But we were able to address the issues as they came up, and we were able to stay in business and support the community, something of which I'm very disappointed that this school board has not been able to figure out how to open up the district yet. in my efforts to support this district, I encouraged and supported others in the last bond election. And in the pamphlet I wrote that goes out to all of the people that vote, I said, the schools are a pillar of our culture and a foundation for our town's future. Our foundation is crumbling, and that is why I'm here tonight. For some reason, we've forgotten the value of our education and the benefits that come from strong schools. They attract businesses and investment. People want to live in an area where we have strong schools. They make strong neighborhoods and increase property values. But the most important reason is our children and our families who are suffering right now. I can't tell you how hard it is to work when your wife is texting you who is trying her hardest to provide an education for her children, and you're trying to make a living and pay the bills through a pandemic. Noah hasn't forgotten the value of education. Noah, you know Noah, right? Kirby hasn't, and Trina hasn't. Trina said, we have amazing parents that are leaving, and I don't know that we can get them back. I pulled children from this district when they announced they were not going to open, because I have a child that needs to be in the classroom, and I found a school that could do that. Trina also said there's a long-term effect is devastating to the impacts of our community and the relationships that we have with the families. And the people that are leaving are doers, and I agree with all of those comments. On a positive note, it wasn't very long ago that Gilbert Public Schools celebrated an addition of great leadership. It was out in this parking lot that we welcomed our superintendent, Shane McCord. We were very happy for that addition. And we've had a great school board that has been here, and we've been happy and benefited from each of your service, and we're thankful for it. There's no doubt in my mind after watching that celebration in that parking lot that our parents and children and teachers understand the benefit of schools. And last week, I had the honor to be in Queen Creek Public Schools when they voted to open 100%, and they worked their butts off to get open on time, and they did. And that community celebrated. You would have thought it was a state championship that they won in that parking lot. And that's where we live. We live in the East Valley where we value education. And I just want to encourage each of you to work very hard to get our schools open as quickly as possible. And I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members, and Dr. McCord for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeffrey Hendrickson. I'm the father of 3 Gilbert Public School students, a first grader, and twins in kinder prep. First, want to stress how happy I am that the kinder prep students are allowed to attend in person, as they're at the critical age where being in person is the only way they can learn. I could not imagine doing kinder prep on a computer, so thank you. I also want to sit there and say that that same thing should apply for our elementary school students. They are not given a choice right now. Our first grader is an above average student, intelligent, and she loves school. She doesn't like online school, but she does her best because she loves school. We give her all the support that we can to succeed in this online learning environment, and luckily she continues to do well. However, we've seen the complete opposite for many of our friends, her friends, and others in classes and other schools in the district. Over the last 2 weeks, we have heard and seen kids having meltdowns day after day after a long self-taught learning session. We have seen our neighbors firsthand have to experience and go out and get 3 different Chromebooks in order to get their kindergartner online, in person, or over the internet with a camera so they can actually see and talk to their teacher. That shouldn't happen to a kindergartner. That's a horrible start to a school year. We have heard the horror stories of children being exposed to pornographic material, adult situations, and language. Granted, those have happened in other states, and in our state, not necessarily in our district, even though people have brought it up tonight. Continued disruptions from children that can't mute themselves, and teachers who are having technical issues and are not able to mute the children. We have seen teachers not able to see students, not able to mute students, students that can't see the teachers, can't mute themselves or unmute themselves, audio issues, all on top of a weekly schedule that has not been consistent. This week alone, we went from having 5 days of in-class learning to now 3 days a week were more hardcore learning, but then the other 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, so today being the first day, the kids had to teach themselves. My first grader had to sit there and do 3 assignments on her own. Luckily, I'm able to take some time away from work. My wife's able to sit there and help her, and she got her assignments done during the day. We've also seen examples where the specials are supposed to last 35 minutes, and they've been cut down to 15 minutes or less due to teachers having technical difficulties or lack of the teaching digital aids. And so they can't, do a full art class online. The Florida virtual curriculum on a miniature screen such as the Chromebook is a joke and an insult to our students and teachers. Expecting a first grader to click through 15-page assignment where you can only see a few lines at a time is not a reality and is confusing for the students and parents alike. Additionally, the monotone voice when trying to allow them to click through and not have to get the parent is very annoying. Home, back, next. It reads the same things 1,000 times. My child's teacher is doing an amazing job of communicating with us as parents and students, but that is not the case in all schools. In elementary school, the evening should be a time for families to bond and interact, not having to help their kids with homework on self-taught Tuesdays and Thursdays. So finally, as noted in today's assignment, I sat there and I watched this and I could not believe my eyes. They talked about the rights and responsibilities. Quoting the Florida virtual curriculum, the Constitution protects your rights and freedoms. In the United States, kids have a right to go to school. If that's not ironic, I don't know what is. I ask, rather demand, that our voices be heard. The majority in this district that wants our kids to go back to school, allow us to have that constitutional right to do so. You as a board member have the legal ability to stop holding our children's education hostage. The numbers are showing that in Arizona, we're doing our part to stop the spread. Our community, which I've heard from the board, isn't just Gilbert. We have to look at Mesa. We have to look at the people that aren't in our area that come to our schools. We're trending downward multiple weeks in a row. And to the gentleman's point earlier, yeah, we're multiple weeks out on how accurate that data is, but it's been trending downward. That means we are well below our requirements to go back to school. So I ask that you free our children and us from the captivity of online learning and allow them to return to school effective Monday, August 24th. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Megan Winter, Dylan Wells, and Cassie Watson.
Hi, my name is Megan Winter, and I speak today as a mother of 5 Gilbert Public School graduates, an active community member, and a Gilbert Public Schools teacher. I would like to thank the board for their patience and follow through with the approved proposal to follow the metrics from the August 28th board meeting. Employees and families deserve to know the metrics and the detailed protocols for the call to safe opening. I appreciate all the work that is going on behind the scenes by the district and the board. A quick opening would cause many to react quickly and possibly react not well thought out. We can learn from the surrounding districts that did not offer confidence to their employees and families and see what has happened in those communities. Your patience, vigilance, and sharing of the plans gives the employees and families peace of mind to concentrate on student learning. We all want the schools to open. It's the matter of when should the school opens. There's going to be people who say tomorrow is too early, 3 weeks from now is too late. But what we can do is set the parameters, look at the metrics, say this is what we're going to do, and these are going to be the protocols when we do open the schools. That way parents have a good picture. When I hear people saying 89% of the parents want their kids in school, I believe it's 100% of the parents want their kids in school. I don't believe the question was asked, do you want your kids in school no matter what? I believe most of the parents would have thought that there was some protocols and measures that were going to be followed. So maybe that would need to be asked again, if that would help. The plan to use the metrics and transparent protocols to open is the best approach that we can have. It might not be perfect timing, but at least it's a plan. I would like to also add a message of hope to the employees and families. It has been a hard start to the school year. There have been many tears, including my own, and frustrations. However, I know we can do this. I have the confidence that my peers and the families can adapt and we can get in sync and we'll work through this. I have often said to my students that the best learning takes place during the struggle. How we act in that struggle and what we do in that struggle is what makes us who we are. When that struggle is too big, we just need to slow down a little. Find our safe person, vent, cry, then turn to each other and start to problem solve. Break it down into chunks and attack it accordingly. We will get there. My eldest daughter, Maria, was an accomplished violinist. When learning a new piece of music and she struggled, I would say to her, Maria, remember when you were 3? It took you 6 months to just learn to stand correctly, hold your violin, hold your bow, learn the rhythms and the fingerings, and to learn to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star on a stage and take a bow. How did you do this, Maria? We broke it down. So when the music gets tough, pull it apart. Twinkle, twinkle, little star it. That became a mantra when times were tough for music and all of life's struggles. Perseverance is the key lesson in what we do when we persevere. We just need to twinkle, twinkle, little star it. So now we need to twinkle, twinkle, little star it, break it down, make the plan how we can get back to school, and accomplish the necessary steps for that safe return. Prepare and outline the protocols, share them. What will it be like when we get to return to our stage, our classrooms? Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Wells, Cassie Watson.
My name is Dylan Wells. I'm currently a junior at Gilbert High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In the most recent 2 weeks of online education, I have not learned a single thing. That is including doing all the modules, studying daily, paying attention in every WebEx meeting, and doing at least 2 hours of homework every day. I have personally talked to at least 100 students about the online learning lessons. My cousin, who attends Red Mountain High School, was the only one of 100 that said that they like it and that they prefer online over regular school. Why aren't we learning? The teachers admittedly don't know what they're doing. The students have no idea what they're doing either. It would be nice if the teachers and the students had an opportunity to perfect using Buzz before requiring graded assignments. The amount of work I have been assigned is ridiculous. The teachers don't understand that every single class is giving multiple hours of homework and lessons which I have to teach myself. The current structure is go to class, learn nothing, and do infinite amounts of homework. I've had 2 weeks to figure this out, and it still does not make any sense to me. Why are we still using Buzz when all the teachers have us use different websites anyways? I need to have 20 different tabs open in order to do one assignment. When a teacher asks me to open a tab on WebEx, my Chroma crashes, and then I lose 10 minutes of the lecture trying to get back in. How am I supposed to learn that way? There's no comprehensive learning online. Online school has been so frustrating and tiring. I feel like the only thing left to do is to drop out and start working at McDonald's. If I'm not getting an education, I'm going to actually do something productive and start to make money. Why should I stay in school? Why should I stay in school if I'm not learning anything? One of my good friends, whom I have known my whole life, is so fed up and desperate he withdrew from Gilbert High School, filled out all the paperwork, and enrolled in ALA. Is that what I have to do to go to school? We had the option a month ago to choose to do online or in person. That choice has been taken away. There is no choice. I feel that nobody cares about me as a person or my education. The statistics from the Arizona Department of Health, as of today, 8/18/2020, are telling in the state of Arizona the odds of not getting corona at all are 97.32%. The odds of not being hospitalized are 99.71%, and the odds of not dying are 99.94%. That math speaks for itself. Instead of asking students what is the best, safest learning option, Dr. McCord and the school board keeps asking people who have been out of high school for decades what they want to do. Adults are making decisions for me, but they haven't considered asking me what I want or need. In the last two school board meetings, there were no statistics presented on what the students want. I'm here tonight to be that voice. I want to go to school in person. I want to be taught the quality education I have been promised. I want to connect with my teachers and other students. I want to be prepared to go to college and pass the honors classes I'm taking that affect my college GPA and the rest of my life. This education paves the way for my career, and it's being thrown in the dirt like it's nothing. I'm a 16-year-old honor student who probably chews gum in class and takes too long in the bathroom, and I am begging you, please send me to school in person. Now, I need to go home and do the 12 hours homework that I just got assigned today.
Cassie Watson, Jennifer Mathers, and Stella is all the note says.
Hi, I'm Cassie Watson. I chose in-school learning for my 3 boys, and yet they're still sitting at home staring at computer for 5 to 7 hours. When we were giving choices, I expected them to be met. All the parents that chose in-person are being forced to do online homeschooling. This is not what we chose. All the parents agreeing with your distance learning have every right to keep their kids home, but to force the parents who want in-school learning and who are well aware of the so-called risks, well, we made our choices. Our children have been home for 6 months without peer connections, in-person teacher instruction, and immune-boosting surroundings. When they finally get back, they will be weak and socially inept. Depression is skyrocketing, and we as parents fear that more than a virus with less harming statistical numbers than the flu. Our children have been imprisoned for 6 months, and you want to keep them locked up for many more. There's no reason teachers can't go back to school to do their job. If they are immune compromised or over the age of 60, let them be the online teachers for the kids whose parents chose that. But to say I don't want to work because I might get sick is a weak excuse and not acceptable. My husband isn't allowed to call out for fear of COVID. He's a police officer. He has to go to work. And what is going to happen when the flu comes back around? We'll be closing down for that as well? This is ridiculous. My 8th and 6th grader are on IEPs and require resource support. Over the phone or FaceTiming just doesn't cut it. Both of them have Fs in at least half their classes because they can't grasp what they are being taught through a computer screen. My 8th grader was specifically put in co-taught classes for all 4 of his core classes because he needs the extra help. My sixth grader cried and asked if he could skip school. He hates it. He doesn't like doing this. And the lame idea of dropping them off to sit somewhere else, to be watched by Lord knows who, to maybe possibly receive some sort of help or accommodations isn't going to cut it. My 3rd grader fell asleep at the table the other day. His inability to focus on a computer screen is ruining his education. And I'm not harping on my kids' teachers. They have fantastic teachers who want to go above and beyond. They know the importance of the in-school learning and that this is not a good situation for our kids. They rock. It's the ones who don't or won't fight for our kids who don't rock. What makes this online learning even worse is Cox deciding they were going to turn off the internet when our kids should be learning, which is, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't rate that much since the rapid program has trouble loading on a daily basis. Half the time the screen freezes on WebEx and my kids have no clue what's going on. My kids have been back in school for 10 days and 3 of them Cox was down. This is not what my children or I signed up for. So I suggest that maybe we draw up a waiver, give it to all the parents who want on-campus learning, and get our kids back inside a classroom ASAP. We are tired of the political push and pull. My kids shouldn't have to suffer for the political agenda of others. We need to get it together and get them back in the classroom now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Mathers, and I do recognize that this is a difficult decision. It's a difficult topic. But fortunately, the Arizona Department of Health has provided benchmarks to help make this decision easier for boards like this. I do want the schools to open. I have 2 kids, but I think that we need to wait until it's safe. And just like one of the other mothers had said, it's not a question of whether or not the entire population here wants the schools to be open. It's about when they are opened. And I would like the board to adhere to the standards, the benchmarks. Thanks.
Thank you. Stella, I don't have a last name. Then Steve Lavelle or Lavelli, and then Brandon.
I didn't exactly know what I was going to say, but I'm going to make it short. I think that putting students on computers is just causing another problem aside from coronavirus. It's damaging their eyes, and after school I'm constantly having headaches and needing ibuprofen to get rid of it. It's already stressful enough having to deal with wearing masks everywhere you go. And online school is just making that worse. We want to go back to school so we can interact with other kids and have the opportunity to make friends and have contact and learn something new. I am normally learning something new every day, and that's a goal that I intend to keep. And now I'm concerned about getting into college for lack of education. I have a 5-year-old sister, Sadie, and she just got into kindergarten, and she is constantly needing help because her computer's shutting down, and I just don't think that that is being fair to the kids who need education. At Greenfield Elementary, which is where I went last year, I felt like I was always welcomed and that there's always someone who could help me whenever I needed it. And now I feel like I'm being blocked out and ignored, and I feel like that's just not fair. I feel like that education is something that we all need, and that we need that to have a good future, and that's why I think that we should go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Lavelle. I have a son that goes to Gilbert High. I also coach football over there at Gilbert High. I just want to hit on a couple things real quick that some people brought up. The flu, right? Well, the Spanish flu of 1918, we had a death rate anywhere between 3.5 to 5.26%, depending on the numbers you can find on the internet about that. In 2018, we had a really bad seasonal flu case. Worldwide numbers were 650,000 dead, about a 0.09% death rate worldwide. Currently, with COVID, our death rate worldwide is just a tad bit higher than that, at 0.1% worldwide. Okay, now that doesn't really correlate here to Gilbert, but I think it shows maybe some of the questions on why we're reacting the way we are as a country and a school board with regards to closing everything down. I'm sorry, I was just taking down some notes. I wasn't really ready to speak today. So I wanted to talk to you real quick. I have a comment here. It's from an article from Pediatrics. dated August 2020. In there it says, quote, "Children are not drivers of the COVID-19 virus, and that transmission from children to children or adults is very infrequent." That's from the pediatric article in August 2020. Dylan made some comments. I don't know if he's in here. Is he here? Nope. I don't know if you heard that young man speak. His words were pretty good, but I think his nonverbal communication was even more important. He's crying out to you to let him go back to school. He's a teenager. He's 16, and he's asking you to please let him go back to school. I work locally here in Gilbert for the fire department. I've been on the front lines of COVID myself. I've also had it. We don't get metrics. Nurses and doctors don't get metrics. Fries and bashes didn't get metrics to go back to work. So I don't necessarily think we need metrics to go back to work. Okay. I'm a little concerned why we don't already have protocols, because we've been out of school since March. I think those should have been addressed before now. And again, that comes at the state level too. And I'm almost running out of time. I want to leave you with this. In coaching, I have kids that struggle, so they need tutoring. So I'm trying to work with them right now and trying to get them online tutoring. But the aspect of them showing up and working out with us right now as we've come back to the field and done some stuff has been phenomenal for these young men. They get the social interaction that they're not getting on a daily basis. And again, we don't have metrics to decide what and how that affects their brains, but I can see it firsthand, the positive impact it has for them to have some social interaction with other youths. And I think we need to get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Waller. I am a CEO of a local security contract company. We have about 324 employees in the whole company. But one of my main things that I came up here for is I'm here for my kids. I had two of them that went through Highland High School, and I've got one left that's in Pioneer. The one that's in that just graduated from Highland is class of 2020. He's in the Army right now, and he just got COVID himself. He was in a group of other guys. There was about 200 of them, and he said, "Dad, well, I don't know what this is all about. I'm not sick. I don't feel like anything." So even at a young age, these guys, even when they get it or not, they're not having the health issues that other people will. I've talked to teachers, and they want to go back. And I say this to the teachers that don't want to go back: I go to work, and a lot of other people go to work, and if you're afraid, just find a new industry. It's not that big of a deal. If you're afraid as a student, it's not that big of a deal. Stay home. Don't take away the freedoms of other students, including my child or me as a taxpayer. 43 students in the entire U.S. have died in 2020 from COVID-19. 145 people died last year altogether, and there's 70 million kids in the whole U.S. So the question is, how soon can we reopen? If it's going to be more than a week and it's going to take time, we need to start looking at a referendum maybe for November for repaying taxpayers for each week that the district is going to be closed. The district is saving tens of thousands of dollars in support staff costs, other than teacher costs, electricity, supply costs every day that it's closed. I'm a CEO and know that there's line items for everything. No matter what your opinion, if school should be open or closed, you will owe that money back to the taxpayers if you refuse to open back up within the next 2 to 3 weeks maximum. It's been about 6 to 7 months since this pandemic has been with us. People are not dying all around us, and especially not kids. Move the decimal from 70 million kids in all of the United States over to 1/1,000,000th of 1%. And that's how many people, how many kids have already died. Odds of being struck by lightning are 1 in 3,000, which means that as a child you are many more times likely to die from lightning than COVID-19. With that slim odds of kids dying, that's not worth closing. So let's wake up. We calculated the risk every day of waking up and driving the car. 36,000 people were injured in cars in Arizona alone in 2018. 15,000 died. Do we stop driving? The answer is no. Life has risks. COVID-19 is not a death sentence for 95% of those adults that get it. So let's please open back up. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kathy Stager. I believe it's Liam Forsyth and Robbie Forsyth.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kathy Stager, and I'm a teacher in Gilbert and a resident of Gilbert, and I addressed the board a few weeks ago about using the guidelines to help us reopen safely, and I want to thank you for following those. I do appreciate it. I believe that children learn best in school, and I am looking forward to seeing them. But I'd like to address the board tonight about a plan for when the numbers that we're using right now revert back to not meeting the guidelines due to community spread. Parents and teachers understand how fast viruses spread. Think about how colds and flu and strep throat appear 2 to 3 weeks after we're back in school, after summer break, fall break, winter break. This is a virus and it's going to spread. The schools that are opening now are not following the guidelines, similar to when the state didn't follow the CDC guidelines. Governor Ducey needed to close the state down again, and our numbers dropped. The same thing is going to happen to the schools that have opened already. I'd like to urge you to prepare a presentation about GPS's plans for when the numbers do revert to not meeting the guidelines, as they will. It's a virus, and it's definitely looking for ways to spread, and we need to have a plan for that as well. It's an incredibly difficult time, and you have difficult decisions to make. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and thank you for your service and your dedication to our district.
I'm Liam, and my family recently moved here 2 months ago, and we were excited about making new friends in a new neighborhood. But now that all the schools are shut down, it's kind of hard to make new friends. And I just hope that we go back to school.
Hi, I'm Robbie Forsyth. I'm Liam's dad. I just want to bring a perspective of a brand new resident of Gilbert. We moved here 2 months ago. We left behind family and friends and a whole network of people that we had in Los Angeles, California. And I don't tell many people that I moved from Los Angeles to Gilbert because it's unpopular. But we did it not only because we really love the town, but also because of our solid belief that the choices that we would be able to make for our family and the freedoms that we'd be able to exercise here were something that was rapidly evaporating in where we came from, and just the belief that we could have a better life for our family. And I can tell you that when we first heard that the first 2 weeks would be online only, I was a bit disappointed, but that was definitely something that I could live with, and it seemed like a well-reasoned plan. I appreciated the choice that we were able to make, and we did choose that we would go back 100% in person. When I read the revised decision that we would go with these new standards, just that sinking feeling of exactly what we are experiencing in Los Angeles, which is a message that translates to who knows. And it lacks courage, it lacks decisiveness, and it rounds off to not wanting to step first in a lot of ways. And I can tell you that that has a crushing effect on the community and I was especially disappointed with the inclusion of point number 3, which is COVID-like illnesses. We all know that the flu season is coming, and I just can't, for the life of me, maybe I need to have it explained better to me, but I can't figure out why that would, when we have a seasonal flu, why that would necessitate the continued shutdown with no distinct end in sight. I think being a parent and being a part of a community inherently is about weighing risks and making calculated decisions for your family. And that's especially true now. Liam and I could get in the car right now and drive to main event. We could throw down $10. We could play 400 video games moving from machine to machine, and there would be no problem. That's a freedom that we have, and that's a good thing. It's our decision as a family. Do we want to do that? We could walk through Target and touch every toy in the toy aisle and put them in our mouth if we wanted to, but we're not going to do that. But the one thing that we don't have the freedom to do under this decision is the most important thing, which is decide to take advantage of the best education for Liam and his sister Ava that we can get and make that calculated risk as a family. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have someone who's identified as just Brian, then Michelle Dre, and lastly, Renee Cruz. So, Brian? Michelle Dre? Renee Cruz?
Good evening, Dr. McCord, Governing Board, staff, and families. My name is Renee Cruz, and I'm here tonight as a teacher and as a mom. I have been a teacher here in Gilbert for over 20 years, and my 12-year-old daughter has attended Gilbert Public Schools since she was 3. I know I am not alone when I say I would like to express my profound gratitude to each member of our board, our superintendency, administration, and our entire district as a whole. These have been uncharted waters, and we have experienced times and situations no one could have ever predicted or imagined. You have shown grace under fire, resiliency, and innovation, and I want to express my appreciation for the thoughtful consideration you have given to every decision you have made as you have tried to prepare and plan for our children to return to school. Please know we remember those of you on this board devote endless days and nights to our district and recognize your position is a volunteer one. We are extremely grateful for the various perspectives, points of view, and opinions that each of you bring to this board in representing the various stakeholders of our district. Each of you is valued and should be respected. As just one of the many stakeholders of this community, please remember the loudest and most critical voices do not always represent the majority. Of the greatest attributes of our district, it is that our board and administration view and recognize each of us as humans, not just merely as a number in a data set or as a student or an employee ID number. As I stand before you tonight, I recognize that I am not a representative of all the voices and of all the opinions in our district. However, what I do represent is on behalf of a portion of teachers who have not always been heard. Let me be very clear. This is not because you have ignored us. This is because we have chosen to not speak up. We have remained quiet because we do not want to widen the gap of divisiveness that seems to have a stronghold on the decision-making process when to reopen schools. As teachers, we are a collective group and we are united in one thing: the education, safety, and well-being of all of our students. The decision to reopen schools is not an us versus them. We are one united team. We are here to help lift each other up and to fill in when others can't or are unable to do. Because of the situation the pandemic has put us in, many students and staff are unable to return to the classroom right now in the traditional sense. But as I said, we are one team with one goal: to ensure the education, health, and well-being of all students. when one of us is unable or cannot do what we want to do, and the others are here to ensure that our students are taken care of. While some may not be able to teach or learn from the classroom, some of us can do it from online. However, let me be very clear. This is a deadly virus. It is not a hoax and is not something to be taken lightly. It is something that needs to be taken seriously, and I am proud that our district recognizes this. As I have said, you have put thoughtful consideration to each decision you have made and trust that you will not go into tonight's decision lightly. I believe strongly in doing our part to help mitigate the spread and transmission of this virus. However, I also believe there are many things that we can do to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our students. As a teacher, we have all been trained to recognize that our job does not begin and end with classroom instruction. We are the eyes and ears, and we are the first line of defense for all of our students' needs. This includes their social, emotional, and mental well-being. We are the ones that the students count on to detect and report abuse and neglect. We are the ones to gain intervention for our students who are presenting with signs of suicide and of mental distress. If this pandemic has taught us nothing else, it has taught us that people need people. It has taught us that we need each other. We need experiences and we need human interactions. We need peer interactions. This is even more critical for our children. We have all put our lives on pause to do what is best for the greater good of our communities. However, I believe that it is time to begin to look at the entire population of our students and address their needs as well. I'm not asking that every student and every teacher return to the classroom. That is not practical, feasible, or safe. There is a reason for healthy fear of this virus. For those who question my position and question my understanding of the severity and the emotional trauma of COVID can bring, please let me reassure you, I know firsthand. I don't say this out of fear, and I don't say this to gain emotional support. I say this because I do understand, sadly. Exactly 1 month ago today, my father lost his battle with COVID, so I do understand and I do know it all too well. However, with that being said, I am comfortable returning to the classroom and I am comfortable with my daughter returning to hers. However, I am not comfortable with her remaining in isolation for weeks, months, or even worse, a year to come, because to me, this is not living. I appreciate that our district has planned and prepared for many different options to suit the needs of all of our families, students, and staff. Every parent and every staff member has options to do what they feel is best for their children, for their families, and for themselves. With the relevant numbers and the metrics showing we are moving in the right direction, I am comfortable sending my daughter back to class, and I am comfortable as a teacher returning to the classroom. However, what I am not comfortable with is knowing that my daughter and so many other students like her will continue in isolation. I am asking that the board consider returning those students and teachers who are able and healthy enough and comfortable enough to return back to their classrooms.
Thank you. There were 32 individuals who requested to speak. 2 did not return to the podium. I want to take license, especially at this point, to thank all of you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with the board. I want to pay particular attention to those courageous students who stepped forward and let us know your concerns and your feelings. We are proud of your efforts to address the board. With that, we will move forward with item 4.01, a review of the most current health benchmarks from the Arizona Department of Health Services and Maricopa County Department of Public Health. And these are 2 presentations that will follow one another, led by Dr. McCord. Dr. McCord, I yield to you.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz. Governing board members, I'd like to echo your sentiment for our speakers tonight. We definitely appreciate your thoughts moving forward. Let me get this all situated. A week ago, seems so long ago, we sat in this room and we talked about health benchmarks that just came out from the Arizona Department of Health Services. And we had conversations about where those initial benchmarks were at the moment in time, and said we'd come back because we knew that Maricopa County would also come out with benchmarks that I believe they pull the data from the same spot, but more specific to our boundaries. And so this is just all information that has been pulled as of recently in just terms of their dashboard. I know others have dived much deeper in a lot of different ways. This is what's facing the public at when you look at the dashboard. So just want to go back to what the criteria. There's 3 areas that are used for the benchmark: a 2-week decline in number of cases, as well as or 2-week of case rate less than 100 cases per 100,000 population. Percent positivity for initial opening, 2 weeks of percent positivity less than 7% within the county, and COVID-like 2 weeks with hospital visits due to CLI below 10%. Also looking at the criteria, and they broke it down into 3 different areas: minimal, moderate, and substantial. Minimal area is evidence of isolated cases or limited community transmission. Case investigations underway, no evidence of exposure in large communal settings. Moderate community spread means a sustained transmission with high likelihood or confirmed exposure within communal settings and potential for rapid increase in cases. And substantial community spread is large scale, controlled community transmissions, including communal settings, schools, workplaces, etc. And this is how they've defined those certain areas and how they've broken them down in terms of percentages. And again, the criteria based on this and based on schools is when you're in those certain areas, this is what they recommend you should and should not do. So of course, in the substantial range, it is to continue on the virtual path. Minimal to moderate range is the hybrid path, and the traditional range is when there's no to minimal spread of the virus. And as you can see there are categories of what you should be doing in those areas. And you're looking at the hybrid, of course, it checks all the boxes. And traditional, which is basically everybody back, is very minimal in terms of what the requirements are based on the metrics. Currently looking at Maricopa County data. This data is reported on August 13th for the week ending July 26th. If you look off on your right here, we are in the green zone with 117 out of 100,000. It's trending down, and it has for the last couple of weeks. Criteria 2 is percent positivity. That continues to be in the red, but is trending down. It is currently at 10.9%. And criteria 3 is hospital visits, and that is trending down at 5.3%, and it was in the green area as well when it was last reported on July 19th, for July 19th. Looking more closely at Maricopa County, if you go on their website and you navigate it, you'll get to a spot to where you can plug in your school district. It'll outline it as we have here. This yellow area is not our school district, but this is our area right here, and you click on it and it'll give you some specifics related to your district as it relates to the benchmarks. And this is what has happened. And so a couple weeks ago we were at 7%, 7% for COVID-like cases, 11.22% positivity, and cases per 100,000 was at 110.73. Moving into the most recent data, cases per 100,000 is 70.7, puts us in the yellow. Percent positivity is 7.83%, and COVID-like illness is at 4%. So again, if you look from week to week, we are trending in a very, very good direction. And again, that's just the areas that I just spoke about. And again, when they post this data, they post it every Thursday at 4 p.m. And usually it is lagging by 12 days. And so we need to keep that in mind as well as we move through this. Any questions related to that? That's just the simple data. Told you, you guys have seen this. We've had conversations individually about it. Is there anything anybody would like to add or have any specific questions related to that?
Dr. McCord, as you look at the page that's headed ADHS criteria, which is that grid of colors, that one there, would it be appropriate for one to think, because we'd heard commentary about protocol, would it be appropriate for one to think that where those check marks or X's appear, that those are generally an outline for the kinds of protocols we need to consider, and that we have considered those and have those protocols in place?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I would argue even as you move forward, some of those protocols are actually applicable to the green zone as well. But for ADHS criteria, this is what they've laid out.
Thank you.
Dr. McCord, also, as you reviewed the metrics, obviously we're staying very true to the published dashboards. We did have a couple of speakers talk about looking forward and anticipating where the metrics are. How are we watching those trends? Because we know that some data, even though it's not officially on the dashboard, some data for future time periods is available. How are we looking at that?
We look at it on a daily basis, and when I say we, I mean me. This is something that I usually get a text from Miss Wood about, attendance, and then I get on my computer and give her that information, and then I start checking out some of the data, just because I know that everybody's looking at it. And this is the most facing forward type information. This is what the county and the state have given to us, but again, it's 2 weeks old in the reporting, and so there are ways that you can dig in and look deeper to find more specific data that's more recent.
And I think it's important that the public know that we are going off of the metrics, but we are anticipating where those metrics you and your staff are looking at, so that we can make a decision and receive a recommendation and make a decision that's forward-looking and so on. So I appreciate that.
You bet.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I just had one
Go ahead,
question.
Ms. Humphrey.
Dr. McCord, I just want to emphasize that the reason that we're listed by the county as still being in red is that we have to have this kind of a yellow or green for 2 weeks before they can recommend that we move to a different mode of learning besides online learning, correct?
That is correct. That's their recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members? The other piece I think that's important is not only are we looking at the data on a day-to-day basis, and again I yield to you, Dr. McCord, but we're also very mindful of the fact that we're looking at the local data that impacts our district and the areas that we serve as it relates to the entire county, because we are also mindful that we're a very mobile society and that people cross boundaries all the time and have an impact on that data whether we like it or not.
That is correct. We have 10 primary, zip codes that our attendance comes from, but there's probably, I have the number in the back of my head, I think it's probably like 45, 50, or maybe even more zip codes that are from students that are within our boundaries. Some of them are 1, some of them are 25, and so everywhere in between, but there are a lot of smaller representations from other zip codes in our district.
Ms. Wood?
Just brought up a question. Can you go to the district guideline, I guess the county and the district data? So
Backwards or this one?
Forward. Okay, so here's the county data,
Yes.
and it's as of July 26th.
Yeah, reported on the 13th.
Okay. And so far, we've met 2 of the 3 benchmarks, but we haven't even made it to the moderate on that second benchmark.
That is
Because it's below 10%. But it's trending down, and we have seen the current data that leads us to believe that. Then can you go to the next one then, on the district? Okay, so district-wide, it looks like we've met that percent positivity is below the 10% for our district. So we're trying to compare where we're at, but that's just for 1 week. What week did this end? Do you remember?
This was last week.
This ended last week, so August, or was this July 26th again?
I think this was, hold on.
It's July, the county website is July 19th
updated
and
on
July
the 13th,
26th.
yeah.
And was that the same for this? That's what I wanted to make sure. So this is also, so this was July 19th and then July 26th as well. Okay.
Correct. It's the same data set.
They're just narrowing
pulled-
it down. Okay,
Correct.
that's what I was just trying to remember. So,
Yeah.
so for this district data, we have 1 week of moderate or minimal.
Correct.
Still looking for 2 weeks of that, and then to compare it with the greater area to just make sure that we're having those comparisons. Is that where we're going?
That's correct. And,
Okay.
and what I'd like to point out is what's encouraging is if you look at the week before of where the numbers have gone trended very well in a positive direction. So that's encouraging.
Ms. Uggetti, I don't want to skip you. I know you're online. Any questions?
Not right now. I'll have some later.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. McCord?
I have nothing further. I just wanted to share that with you. Every time we get together, as long as you want that information, we'll bring this information forward.
And just for those in the audience and members who are watching on live stream, the board has access to this information. We reviewed it in executive session as well, and we are in some form or fashion constantly reviewing it. So if you don't hear a lot of questions from the board, it's because we have already asked those questions and have already reviewed the data as well. So with that, we will
Dr.
move.
Santa Cruz, can I add one
Yes,
more
go
comment?
ahead,
I
Mr.
apologize.
Carr.
It was alluded to, and you articulated why we look at the countywide data knowing that people move around. We alluded to the fact that we have local zip codes, but we didn't really talk about why the local information is pertinent, because we do get some comments that you shouldn't look at the local. We've articulated this before in comment, but we have to look local because we recognize that there are hot spots in the county and there are lower spots in the county, but more importantly, we have open enrollment. And so if we're not looking locally, right now, if we look at only the county metrics, we have open enrollment from numerous people, several hundred that live in, for example, Apache Junction, which is local to us, but is actually in Pinal County. So if we're not looking at more localized data, we're actually ignoring a sizable portion of our student body. Meanwhile, to be extreme, we're including students who are in Surprise, Wickenburg, Maricopa, who really don't have the traffic patterns that cross us. So understand we're looking at both sets, not one at the expense of the other, but we're trying to look at all of that so that we're considering those areas that truly affect our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. We'll move to item 4.2 is a review and discussion of a phase-in approach plan. Dr. McCord?
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. At our last governing board meeting, I was directed to bring to you a reopening phase-in plan in terms of what we can do to get school and families back into our schools as quickly as possible, but yet while it's still safe. And my team and I have come up with a plan, and they will tag team on a lot of this presentation to come through. Again, something that this is what we'll be recommending to you, as this is what our phase-in plan is. Of course, you have final say on whatever we want to do, but based on the information given and based on what we believe is important, we put this together. Again, talked about that. The charge has been to merge academic needs of students, health, safety, and all stakeholders, find a balance to best serve our entire community. We have and will continue to solicit feedback in various ways throughout this process. Again, the benchmarks, I don't think I need to review those with you. Again, we just talked about that in those two specific areas. And again, this just breaks it down for those learning scenarios, traditional, hybrid, and virtual / on-site support for those areas. And again, it defines the minimal, the moderate, and the substantial community spreads related to COVID-19. ADE delivery models, we've also, according to those, we have 3 choices: in person, which is full-time on campus; hybrid, which is the phased approach we'll be talking about this evening. It's a combination of in-person and online instruction, and that is on the campus. We'll be talking to you about this as a hybrid of students come in, and then they might be gone for a few days, but continuing to learn online from directed by their campus. Then there will also be the global GPS Global Academy, which will remain intact for those that don't feel comfortable coming back to school in person at all at this time. And again, just the online, which is the other third model. The commitments that we talked about these in June. We'll continue to talk about them. Ensure the health and safety of our students, staff, and our families. Provide a high-quality education for all students. Ensure the social and emotional well-being of our students, staff, and families. Offer choices based on what is best for our students academically and for their health and wellness, which include both in-person and online learning options. Provide support to students who experience a disruption in their learning due to sickness or future closures. Create a plan that is flexible that can be modified as circumstances change. Yes.
For Dr. Santa Cruz, may I?
Go right ahead.
I think if this has been our commitments, I think there's been some disconnect in how it's felt across the district that we've been able to deliver on this. Do you have any thoughts that you would give on this?
You know, yeah, I do. And I appreciate you bringing that up. You know, when we started this, well, I guess we could have a start date of March of some sort. We pivoted real quick and went to online, and that was out of pure necessity. And then moving into the summer, we put together the task force. We came up with 3 options for families. And that was based on the assumption that August 5th, those 3 options would be offered to everybody. We went through a process. We went through a process with our staff. And those 3 options, of course, were online, the flex model, which I guess could be seen as hybrid as well, and the in-person portion of it. And again, what we've learned from this is that this is moment in time type of stuff. Things change, and things have changed dramatically since June. In June, everything was going great. In terms of numbers were going down, and all of a sudden they started going up again. And then a lot of things happened, and so we were still moving forward with those thoughts. And I believe our families were on board with that. They made their choice. We've heard a lot of that coming through emails saying, I've already made my choice. What are you guys doing? I can wholeheartedly appreciate that, and I respect that. And then executive orders came out with moving the date. We had to make a decision on, do we start school on the 5th and then see what happens, because we were continually waiting for direction from the governor, and he'd come out with that. And then the last executive order came up with benchmarks to be able to look at. And so as we move through this, we're trying to keep everything in mind, knowing that, we've already told families this one piece, but yet now that we move into school, we might have to adjust and change our offerings a bit. And that's not just to say that we make a commitment and then want to go back on it. That's to say that in June, that was the commitment, but things have changed. And so we have to give our families the very best options that we can. And coming through this model, it'll look like an online and an in-person approach to that, at least for a little while, a phased-in approach. And so I think that it can be confusing to families at times, or they can feel as if, you know what, you guys keep changing your mind on things. And that's not out of just because we want something different to do. It's because, there's some necessities that come into play. And again, we were given direction by the governing board to come in with a phased-in approach. And so that's what we'll talk about and hopefully be able to move forward with.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if I could just add a couple of thoughts. Tonight we heard a lot of speakers talking about being afraid that their children would be behind. I would think that our district commitment and our teachers' commitment is to meet kids where they are and help them to move forward in their learning in the best way that they can. And I understand that online can be very challenging, especially for those elementary kids. But it's not that we as a school board are trying to close down schools. It's that we have a pandemic and we're trying to deal with a situation that no one in this room has ever faced before. And I think that as we move forward, we do want those kids to get the education that they deserve, and that we're committed to helping them make up or get to where they need to be. I don't want to say that we're behind, because we're not behind. I mean, the kids are where they are, and I think that we will reach out and help them to the best of our abilities. I am absolutely confident in our district team, Dr. McCord and our cabinet that have worked so hard on every aspect that we're doing. We're dealing with something that's really complex and changing it in a week or 2 weeks, and that means that sometimes it's not as smooth, because we usually would have done that in a year of planning, and we just have 1 week to do it. It doesn't always come out as well as we would like. But I think to just understand that we do have students at the center, we are concerned. If people can reach out to their teachers or to their schools to get help, I know that everyone wants the best we can for these students. And it's not that we want to be in this situation, it's that there is a pandemic and we have to deal with that. And some of us may think it's here and it's not that bad, and some of us may feel that it's more severe, and we have to find a way to come together and support our students as we go through this.
I think what, the vast majority of emails that we receive talk about their children's teachers in a very positive way. And you heard it tonight from a lot of people. It's not that it's for lack of effort by any means, but it's different. And we are, as educators, creatures of habit. I think we are, as people, creatures of habit. And I think I said at the beginning of this, I think I said it back in March, online learning is not ideal. It is not the answer to everything at all. And it is difficult. And we are running into some of those struggles related to that. And I do applaud our teachers for doing the very best that they can. I have 3 of them living in my house right now, and I know the time and effort that's put in on a daily basis. And I know that's what goes on in a lot of households. And the same can be said for students and for their families. You heard one family tonight, like, Dylan's going back to work on hours of homework. Moms and dads are going back to help out with their families. I mean, that's a real thing. And I just want all of our families to know that we do recognize that, and we put together something that we want to be successful, but we know it's difficult. And we know it's hard, and we know that we've had technology struggles at the beginning of it. And we think we've come through a lot of that, but there are a lot of different things that come up at different households related to technology, and that's difficult too. And I said this at the beginning, there's nothing better than in-person instruction for kids. And we are proving that on a daily basis right now. And so our hope is to get there as soon and as safely as possible. Who's up? Barbara's up. I'm the clicker, so if I'm like a slide behind, let me know.
Hi, good evening. As Dr. McCord mentioned, as we were looking at a phase-in approach to get our students back to in-person, we are looking at two different options for our students. One of those being that in-person hybrid, where we have our students in a combination of the campus classroom and also online. And then, of course, option B, which is our full online instruction through GPS Global Academy. We knew it was important for us to use the Arizona Department of Education's definition for hybrid, and that's why we are calling it hybrid. They do talk about that combination. We are looking at having our students return to their campus 2 days a week, and then a combination with that of online learning for the other days, one of those being virtual with their teacher as well. And as we mentioned before, we do know too that families will continue to want to do just full online learning, and that will be their another option for them. So the one delivery option, the online learning, there's been a lot of discussion. All of our students are experiencing that now. So really the majority of this presentation, or the rest of this presentation, is going to be about our hybrid option and the option that we want to provide more information to you and to our community as well. The option, this hybrid option again, is that on-campus, in-person, and also online combination. We're looking at a phase-in approach with the intention of being able to go back to school full-time, all 5 days, as soon as we are able to do so. So the delivery model for the hybrid option through this phase-in time period would be that, again, our students are attending campus 2 days a week. We would do that in alpha sort. So we would, for example, have our classrooms split between our A through L. Students with last names of A through L will attend 2 days, and students with last names of M through Z will attend the other. There will be some exceptions, of course, with families with different last names. We want to make sure that we're keeping our families together, too, with that. There will be safety precautions in place, and we've talked about those before. We're going to talk more about those as well. And that delivery model will be for both general and special education students. Now, we do have an exception to that 2-day attendance. We do have students with special needs that do require them to be in a special needs classroom for more than 60% of the day. And we realize with that exception that it would be important for us to bring them to school 4 days a week. They would attend Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that is when they would also be receiving their specialized designed instruction and services for special education. Right now, they're receiving that by appointment, and we thought that it was extremely important that as we go through a phased-in approach, this would be something that we would do for our students in those particular populations. There are other populations of students, our ELL, our students that participate in title programs. We do have some hybrid online virtual opportunities for them that we have also successfully done during summer school. So that would continue. They would attend 2 days a week as well. So again, all students 2 days a week, and then the others online or independent, and the special ed would be the 4 days.
Dr. Newman,
Yes.
Dr. McCord, just for clarity, the alpha sort cohort, it is possible that we would be lopsided in terms of total numbers one way or the other, either A through L or M through Z. In those cases, we would do the manual manipulation to try to get as close to equal proportions as we otherwise would. Is that a good assumption or not?
That is correct. We would do that if need be. We took a look at the alpha splits at all schools, and they are not exactly even by any means. And no, I don't think anybody would expect that to be that way. But They're fairly close, and so we'll take a closer look, and if there's a certain area or a certain school that we need to focus a little bit differently on, we will.
I knew that would be the case. I just needed for it to be said.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Yes, Ms.
I don't
Wood.
know if this is the appropriate time to ask, but as far as the curriculum that would be taught, would we still be using the Florida virtual, or would teachers be able to use more of their in-person teaching? I know I've had a lot of questions about that there's concern that even as we go back either hybrid or in person, that we've completely changed the curriculum going forward.
We know that it's important that we keep within the same scope and sequence, so that if students do have disruption, or if students happen to go between models, they would be able to continue with that. So we don't want to disrupt that. That being said, our teachers, as long as they're following that scope and sequence, and that's how it is right now too, they can replace some Florida virtual curriculum with other curriculum or other learning activities, and that's what our teachers have been doing right now as well. The curriculum team has looked through every single one of the courses, and they've identified what that scope and sequence would be, and then our teachers are following that piece. So I'm going to explain the hybrid school campus general. You've heard and you've seen these mitigation strategies before. We just thought it was important for us to articulate them again so that people know what this might look like when they come back in person. Again, as we mentioned, the on-site learning support will remain available for our students who, during their days when they are working at home, if they do not have internet access, we would continue to provide that for them. Approximately, Dr. Santa Cruz, 50% of our students will be on campus every day, and that would help us, and that would allow for that social distancing. In the chart that Dr. McCord shared before, those were, if we're in a hybrid situation, those are the mitigation strategies we need to do. So this would be a way for us to allow for that social distancing. We'd be able to continue to provide accommodations and support in person. Our special areas and elective classes would be part of our day. It would be a full day that our students would be attending in most cases. Desk tables would be facing one direction in rows whenever possible. The classroom visitors, we want to make sure that those are scheduled so that we are aware and we don't have too many visitors at any one time, and we prepare for those. There will be hand washing and sanitizing multiple times each day. You will hear much more specifics from others as we go through the presentation. Students will report to the classroom upon arrival to the campus. There will be some controlled student movement throughout the campus as well. There will be support during those disruption periods. That's why it is important for us to remain within that, at least that scope and sequence of Florida Virtual, but making sure then that we provide some opportunities for students to interact and engage with other curriculum as well. And then individual student supplies, whenever possible, we would make sure that they have those available. If not, there will be sanitation procedures in place so that the materials that students are sharing, those will be cleaned regularly. As I mentioned, there will be a lot more details related to health, specifics for elementary and secondary, as well as some of the safety precautions, and the rest of our team will be explaining those. Do you have any questions for me just about anything general before I step away?
Dr. Newman, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Who, me?
Yes, Ms. Ujetti, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Dr. Newman, could you just address what the workload for the teachers will be with this? Is it going to be okay, or are they going to have to do way more?
So our teachers will be, since the students will be doing a combination of online and in person, so our teachers will be generally teaching the same lessons twice in person, and then the other lessons the students would be working independently. Wednesday would be a day that our teachers would be able to do some planning, pull students for small group and do some one-on-one. And also do perhaps some virtual, like whole group lessons, whatever's most appropriate for them. And they would be able to determine that based on what they know about their students and about their content area.
Would there be a schedule?
So they'll have flexibility.
Yes, that is our intent. It would be for them to have that flexibility.
Would there be a schedule then for some of those activities, especially at an elementary level for different grades, so that parents who have more than one child, different grade levels in their home can coordinate those activities.
Yes, we would be sure that we are communicating that. I think the campuses have tried really hard to make sure that they are. That will be continuing, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I did have a comment, though, before.
Go ahead.
I just wanted, one of the things I feel is a benefit of this schedule is that we get the kids back and they can social distance, because if we have all the kids in our schools at once, we really can't properly follow those CDC guidelines as well, because we just do have a lot of kids. We love them, we want them, but in order to be cautious and careful, I think going back in a way that we have some time to have them be a little further apart to make sure that we are not creating a spread of the virus. I think that this is an important component for this hybrid option.
Thank you. Board members? Okay.
Director of Health Services, Jennifer Frost now.
Ms. Frost, thank you.
I was already on. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the things that we have going on in the Health Services Department and how we're working together with administration to mitigate the spread of the virus. Starting, we have a parent attestation form. Parents will screen their students daily before school starts, and we have that on our website, and we will also reiterate that as school begins in person with support with reminders and different ideas as far as what the signs and symptoms they need to look for with their students. We also have district protocols in place for staff screenings, which we're already doing currently. We've had staff on campuses now since the summer, and so they are also doing that as well. Student management in the health office, we have a protocol and a flow sheet that we've developed so that the nurses and the health assistants in the health offices know exactly what to look for. They then can track it and decide whether or not the student is exhibiting symptoms that require them to go home. This is a very low threshold. They need to exhibit one symptom in that flow sheet necessarily, and they could go home for that. And we are also asking parents that they pick up within 30 minutes of the phone call so that we can get those kids out of the classrooms, out of the health office, and home where they need to recover. The health office is going to track students that are ill and reassess before they return to campus. In addition to that, we have changed our attendance line, and so there is an additional option for parents to use on the attendance line if they believe that their child is exhibiting COVID-like symptoms or has had contact or a positive test. And then that way the nurse or the health assistant can get in contact with the family, offer resources, and then talk about the length of stay that the child needs to be at home. There'll be an agreed upon return date. The parents will be able to contact the health office again if they have questions, concerns, anything regarding the child's care while they are at home. The teaching staff has been educated on signs and symptoms. We've also developed signage. There's videos about what constitutes close contact, good hand hygiene. We've talked a lot with the students about signage for, high fives. We don't do those anymore, how we can still offer positive feedback without touching. Those kinds of things that we've talked about with staff as well. Notification of staff and parents of positive contacts. We have letters developed for staff and parents regarding any kind of positive COVID testing. So if we do have a student that's positive or a staff that's positive on campus, we will notify everybody appropriately and then let them know what the next steps are. We are requiring face coverings per the Maricopa Department of Health guidelines for all staff and students. And then PPE for staff that are working in classrooms. We have provided N95 masks or face shields. And I want to say that the N95 masks for our staff members is something that I'm hearing across the state is not being offered in a lot of different districts. And so our teachers have the added benefit of if they have a higher risk for whatever reason, whether it be age or comorbidities, that they are allowed to request that N95 mask, and our district has provided that.
And how would they sterilize those? You know, I mean, they're usually meant for one use, but how would they
The
sterilize
CDC has actually developed guidelines for reuse of those N95 masks, and those guidelines were distributed with the N95 mask as they received it.
Okay, thank you.
It's a lot.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I have a couple of
Ms. Ujedi.
questions. I would like to know about the plexiglass because I've seen some pictures of PVC pipe with saran wrap around them. So how are you going to deal with that?
I'm not sure what Ms. Ujedi is referring to. I know in the health offices, we do have a frame that we've used with plastic sheeting in order to provide a more comprehensive isolation area. As you can understand, school health offices were not made to be ICUs. So we have done everything that we can to protect the students and the staff in those rooms with the materials that we have.
I understand that, but how are we going to make it better?
I'm sorry.
I didn't
She asked
hear
how
you,
we're
Ms.
gonna
Ujedi.
make it
Could you
better.
repeat the question?
I just asked how are we going to make it better with the plexiglass?
She wants to know how we're going to make it better within the health office.
To be honest, I believe that our protocols that are in place right now are very effective. It's all about the management of the student and their symptoms and how quickly they go home. I don't know that we can provide a true isolation room in the kinds of buildings that we have and with our scope of practice, and I don't honestly believe that that's necessary.
And Dr. McCord, we do have some of the CARES money for that, correct?
We do. We have used CARES money for a lot of the PPE that we have.
Okay. And then my second question is to you, Dr. McCord. How are we going to make sure that everybody understands the mask policy?
What we'll do is, there's been a lot of questions about the mask policies, and in our policy we've outlined the procedures in which people can ask for exemptions. I know that there is the question of, well, I just don't want to wear a mask, so I'm going to get an exemption. No, that's not the case. You will have to go through a process in terms of ensuring it's for behavioral or medical issues, and that'll have to be signed off because I know that's a fear not just by other families but also by staff, and so we will be sticking to that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ujedi. Board members?
Dr. Santa Cruz, if
Ms.
I may.
Wood?
Yes, I would like to ask, let's see. Oh, on the notification of staff and parents of positive contacts, the student and staff letter, a couple things. Have we had that in place already? And has that been going on? And then if you could also address, does that mean if you think you've been exposed to somebody, or is it just people who actually have been tested positive with, some kind of the medical test that actually will then be sent out in a student or staff letter? I just want to know, what are the guidelines on this?
So it has to be a positive test. We would not want to send out a letter to somebody or to anybody saying that there's been exposure if we do not have that definitively. So once the person has tested positive and we have that report, then we work on who the contacts would have been, and we report out to those contacts.
Okay.
Same as the public health department does.
Okay, and we're going to be as broad as we can in those contacts as far as anybody who needs, who's part of that
Yes.
school.
We're going to be very transparent, yes.
Okay. And then have we already been notifying staff if they're on campus right now, if another staff member has been positive?
Absolutely.
Or do we have other things that we're going to do to make sure that that's happening, or that's already
We've
been in
already
place?
had this in place.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Mr. Carr?
Couple of questions. Do we have any protocols in place for new students? I mean, if once we start school, we have somebody come enroll in the school, we don't necessarily know where they've come from. Is there any requirement of how we accept them or look at their history to make sure that they're symptom-free before they enroll.
Are you talking about whether they come from another area of the United States? Oh, are you talking about if they come from another area where there's more COVID
Well, I think there's two.
concentration?
I think there's
or-
two scenarios. One, if they're coming from elsewhere, but even, let's say, we'll say school district X or charter school Z has an outbreak, shuts down. Students decide they want to come back in person. Are we identifying where they're coming from, making sure, obviously we want to welcome students back, but we want to do that safely. Do we require any kind of tests showing that they're negative or any kind of protocol there?
Currently, no, and that's a really good point. If there was a shutdown of a school due to an outbreak, I think that would be something that would be important to look at for students coming in. As far as from other states or cities, the spread of COVID is pretty moderate everywhere, so I don't know that we would look at whether or not they moved from an area that had a higher concentration. But I do think that your idea about coming from a school district that may be shut down due to those things would be something that we should look at.
And obviously, as we move forward, there's lots of new stuff here, and you guys have done the entire staff's done a tremendous job here. But there's a lot of new material as a resource to employees, to even parents. Do we have all of this written down in a manual or someplace where people can see it and understand what we're doing, so that they can use it as a reference?
Yes, our marketing department has been phenomenal. So we have a parent webpage that they can go to for resources. We have an employee webpage that they can go to for resources, as well as our district webpage also has health services information that is specific to COVID, and then about our other, health services options too. So there's a plethora of information out there from our websites.
And Ms. Frost, you and I spoke on the phone earlier today, and maybe this is premature, but I know you're continually looking to refine plans and offer additional resources to ensure the safety. You mentioned one, and I don't want to mention as a promise to the community because it's still in the works, but can you talk a little bit about the testing blitz that you're trying to develop?
There's an opportunity for us to offer our schools as host sites for testing blitzes with several different testing companies at no cost, and we just offer the hosting site and open up and provide free air conditioning. And so we're talking about that right now. They have an opportunity to do 24-hour testing or just a 9 to 5 type of opportunity. And they said that once we've delineated what schools and what areas we want to use, that they could be ready in 3 to 4 days.
And again, we recognize that's developing, but we want our entire community, parents, students, teacher, staff, to know that we are continually trying to work on ways that reassure their safety and identify issues before they exist.
Right,
so
correct.
Thank you for that.
And Ms. Frost, to Mr. Carr's previous question relative to assessing students who are moving to us, once we have our plan in place and once we are open, students moving to us from other districts or other states, is part of our protocol to assess them anyway as to their level of COVID-related issues or not?
Currently, we do not have anything in place. We would require the parents to assess their daily health and well-being as we do our students currently. Something that I know people have done in the past is that, or entities have done, is they've required students to be tested. I know some of our colleges are doing that. However, that requires the student to agree to be quarantined after the testing is completed, and that's something that I don't feel is feasible in our location or with our students. We certainly could look at the school option. If a school district were to close because of an outbreak, I think that would be a very good opportunity to look into some issue or some ideas about how we could protect our population. But we don't have anything currently with that.
Okay, you feel that's safe enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Frost, can you please explain this little chart that I have up there real quick? You don't have to go through each box, but just let everybody know what that is.
This is a flow sheet that we have, and it helps delineate whether somebody who is currently experiencing symptoms and what the next step would be. Some people that are asymptomatic and also, but also tested positive, and what kind of quarantine or isolation that they would need. This is a tool to help our administrative staff with employees as well as our nursing staff with students. And it gives them how long they need to be on isolation, and then what symptoms they could be exhibiting if they needed to go home.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Anything else?
Thank you, Ms. Frost.
Well, thank you for all your hard work and just appreciation for all the nurses, what they will be doing this year. They're going to have a huge responsibility on their shoulders. So, nurses and health aides, and I am glad to say that we have them in every school. Not every district can say that. So, thank you.
Next, we'll bring up Mr. Jason Martin, Executive Director of Elementary Schools, to talk about what hybrid looks like at the elementary level.
Good evening. It's great to see all of you. So this slide here for many of you is very similar to the mitigation strategies that we came up with as the task force in June. I think the main thing that you have to remember, like we talked about with our hybrid approach here, is that of course we're looking through the lens that this is approximately 50% of the students are on campus each day during this hybrid phase. So when we're looking at transportation being provided each day, that would be provided for the students the 2 days they are coming to campus, which will reduce the number of students on the bus because it'll be by the alphabet A through L or M through Z. So those buses will be running their routes Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, but there will only be about half of those students on each bus due to only half of the students being at the school site. Same thing too with the cafeteria, reduced capacity there. The elementary principals had already done a great job of extending lunch times. When we were preparing in June, of course, we thought at that time 100% of the students were coming back. So we had already reduced capacity in terms of the number of students in the cafeteria at one time. And so with 50% of the students, we already have those plans in place, and it'll just further reduce and allow for more social distancing to occur in the cafeteria during this hybrid phase. And then the same thing too is we already had looked at our playgrounds for recess. We know that that's an important part of the day for the elementary student. And so we had already worked on separating grade levels when we thought we were coming back at 100%. So we already have that. And now that playground will be reduced by 50% because of the capacity of those types of things. Students attend specials 2 days a week in person, unless, of course, it's Art Week, as many of you know. In Gilbert, Art's only every other week when we're back full-time in person. So when you look at a 2-week rotation here, which students would be in the hybrid model on campus 4 days a week, it would be 3 or 4 days of those 4 days that they would have their normal elementary specials. We've already started working, too, to make it work so that 1 week, for example, they might have PE and library, and then the following week they would have general music and art. And so that over the course of a 2-week period, they would get to all of their specials. Band and string students, too, would still get to attend their specials as well in 5th and 6th grade with the hybrid model. Of course, a big thing, and Dr. Newman touched on this, is the controlled movement of students throughout the campus. We will be making sure that there's some of the campuses already have it in place, others are waiting until we were coming back in person, but putting tape and arrows and other directional signals in place for students so that they stay on one side of the hallway. When students do have to move classrooms, we're having staff monitor those types of things, like if they're going to a gifted classroom or a special education classroom, those things will be in place. And then also when they're in line too, that they are at least an arm's length between students. We know how especially our primary students sometimes love to be one right after the other in line. And so I think a big thing that the hybrid model allows for our elementary teachers, and specifically our primary teachers, but really all of them, because first of all, students haven't been on campus in 5 or 6 months. So we always have to teach those routines and procedures, but here we'll be teaching a lot of routines and procedures that go with the enhanced cleaning and sanitization and social distancing. And so having half of those students on campus each day will allow those teachers to get those routines in place before we come back with 100% of the student body. VIK would be provided.
Mr. Martin, can I ask a question of you? going back bullet point to the specials.
Yes.
Particularly with music, band, orchestra, we've got a lot of air blowing, aerosol issues. What measures are we taking to distance or ensure that those choir and music instruments are safe?
So at the elementary level, the main thing is general music. So and band, of course, strings, you have that, but there's not quite as many implications with that. And so with that, coming back, our band rooms are typically double the size at the elementary level in most of them of a typical classroom. And so because of this, you'll only be having approximately half of the band students. And the band students will not be in a full band full band model on this. So really, when you're looking at the hybrid model, you're looking at about a quarter of the band and string students each day, which at many of our elementary schools is going to be around 15 to maybe 20 students at most, in the way that they are grouped on a Monday, Thursday, or a Tuesday, Friday schedule. Same thing with general music students, that singing type of thing. There would only be 12 to 15 students when we come back in the hybrid. We've also, Dr. Coleman, who is our coordinator of special areas, has been working with, for example, the general music teachers too, on they're looking at doing some alternative activities too, where maybe they won't always be all singing. There might be just a small group of them. The others are watching, so that you don't have, for example, eventually 25 students singing at one time, but maybe small groups so that that social distancing can occur. So general music teachers and band teachers have already gotten creative in some of those planning techniques that they're doing. So thank you. VIK will still be provided at 27 locations, and that structured the door side drop-off pickup area for parents so that they don't have to come all the way into the campus, but it will be near the VIK door, which in most of our campuses is off of the multipurpose room. And then, of course, actually these services started yesterday. Manisare Preschool, Building Blocks, and K-Prep will also be provided with door-to-door service, and those started yesterday on the 17th in our elementary schools as well. Questions on this slide before I go to what a schedule for an elementary student would look like? Okay.
Please continue. I think you'll have some questions on the schedule.
Sure. So this schedule right here, of course, if you look in the Monday column, and I'm going to walk you through, but if you look in the Monday column, it says last names A through L attend in person. So I'm going to kind of walk you through what an A through L schedule would look like for the week, knowing that basically the M through Z is doing the reverse or the opposite. So for example here, A through L students would attend in person on Monday and Thursday, which are those tan or beige columns there. And when you start to look down the column, you'll see that it's the normal typical school day of 8:10 to 2:55, which is for our elementary students. And when you start to look at that schedule in person, you'll see that that's pretty much done by our curriculum allotments that we follow, kindergarten through 6th grade, when it's a normal 5-day in-person schedule. So for 2 days a week when the students are in person, they will be experiencing what they normally do, what they have in the past, and what they will be in the future as we transition back to that. So the A through L students would be there on Monday with their teacher in person. And then on Tuesday, though, those A through L students would not be there, and they would log into the Buzz platform for attendance, and they would complete assignments and learning activities that the teacher has assigned. And I think when I've talked to several elementary principals as well as elementary teachers, they find with this approach on Monday when the students are in person, they'll be able to go over some of those activities with the students and say, okay, tomorrow in the Buzz platform, you're going to be completing X, Y, and Z. And this will also allow our teachers, and I think particularly our primary teachers, to give assignments on paper and put them in the backpacks on Monday night and say, tomorrow, students, you're going to be completing this work, and it's going to tie into the lessons that they taught on Monday, so it'll be practice work. And so the teaching will happen during that, because then, of course, for the teachers, as we said earlier, they're teaching the same thing on Monday and Tuesday because they're teaching it to half their students on Monday and then the other half of the students on Tuesday. But I really think when you talk to elementary teachers, they can kind of review those assignments with the students on Monday that they will practice. And then also, too, of course, they can email the parents that says, okay, thanks, your students attended in person today. Tomorrow, parents, here's what we would like you and your child to complete independently while the teacher is teaching the other half of the class in person. And like I said, it'll allow for some of that paper assignments and other things to happen, so it doesn't always have to happen on the computer. So Monday and Tuesday, or you see, or the A through L, then on Tuesday is remote, and then on Wednesday, of course, it's remote for all students. And so this is where as Dr. Newman alluded, they can do a whole class WebEx lesson with all 25 or 30 of their students. They can also then, this is a great day to do that small group or one-on-one tutoring take place. And so they can schedule those things with students and families ahead of time for that. And there will be probably some independent assignments that they'll complete on that day. It'll also give our teachers, because I know the question was brought up, the teachers time to also review some of their lessons and things, because it will be different. They're going to have both a combination of in-person teaching and online teaching or the distance teaching. And so with that, they want to make sure those lessons are cohesive. And so Wednesday, it'll give them a little bit of extra preparation time for that. And then, of course, Wednesday afternoon is the typical PLC and PD time for our teachers. And then really, if you look then, Monday, Tuesday is, or Thursday and Friday for the A through L students is a mirror image of Monday and Tuesday. So then the A through L students are back in person on Thursday, going through their daily schedule. And then on Friday, they would be remote distance learning, while the M through Z students are there in person. What questions can I answer for you?
Mr. Martin, just pardon my ignorance here, but
yeah.
One, is there flexibility for those elementary schools? Because some of our teachers already have been relatively successful to some degree in doing what they're doing using the platform and whatever other ancillary auxiliary materials they may have created. So the question becomes two. One is there flexibility for that school, that grade level, that principal and group of teachers to say, take the schedule that you have or the team has created and designate ELA time in those time frames and plug in the kinds of ELA experiences that they have already programmed for kids, consistent with what we've asked them to follow. Is that available to teachers?
Yes, as Dr. Newman said, the main thing is we want to keep with the scope and sequence. So whether the student is in person or online or transitioning from a hybrid model to a global model, they can do that. But this way, in reality, when the students are in person, then the teacher has more flexibility. For example, if they want to pull in a Ready Gen lesson, because we just started that last year in ELA, and they felt like that covers the concept better than what the Florida Virtual concept or platform does, they can utilize that material on that day.
The other question I had is, what prevents student M through Z on Tuesday from contacting the teacher on Monday because they're stuck or confused and the teacher is teaching on that day?
Yep. Good question. Well, teachers have their specials times. They have before and after school, and they also have lunchtime where they could look at those quick emails, hopefully help get a student back going. And that's one reason why we also looked at Wednesday too, is if they lost some of their specials, or which is in the elementary level, their prep time, that then they would gain that time back on Wednesday. If they were, for example, here on this schedule, the specials is 1:30 to 2:10. So if they were working on Monday with some of those M through Z kids answering questions, then they would gain that time back as well too.
So it would be important for the teacher or principal at that particular school to communicate that to its student group and to its parent group.
Absolutely.
As to when they're available.
Yep.
Board members?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Ms.
Dr. Santa
Humphries.
Cruz?
Let Ms. Humphries go, and then we'll get to you, Ms. Ugetti.
So one of my questions is, because students are meeting twice a week, what is our expectation about the amount of material they're going to cover? As in compared to what we would usually expect.
Right.
And the second is, there's going to be gaps. I don't want to say deficits, but there's going to be some gaps because of our spring being at home instead of being at school. How are we going to help those students to get the things that they need and be on track?
Well, fortunately, I would say for helping students get on track, one thing that all teachers do well, and I will say from my experience at the elementary level, they really do figure out real fast where their students are at and meet their needs. When you look at a normal, typical, for example, second grade classroom, you have students that are reading at a pre-primer level, and then you have students in that same class that are reading at a fifth grade level. And so you're going to see that still here. Granted, knowing that maybe some of those skills and concepts that they missed over the last quarter since March won't be there, but they spiral as well. And then our curriculum department has worked hard too to fill any gaps in. For example, foundations, we're doing some, because foundations is very sequential in the K through 3 grade levels. We have looked at that and added some of those things in so that they aren't lost that material. In terms of how much material is covered, I think it's a lot like what they're doing this year. Sometimes you have to cut out all of the extra stuff so that you really hone in on the priority standards that our state looks at, and you utilize those priority standards in your time wisely so that you are hitting those standards. Knowing that also, too, it's going to change how the teachers probably teach a little. They're going to almost front load or pre-teach on the in-person days, and then they're going to have the kids practice on that independent day, and then when they come back a day or two later for in-person, then they will review that material and go over it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Uggetti?
My questions have a lot to do with what Mrs. Humphries just asked. And you know how much Mr. Martin and I believe in social studies and science and the extras that we give kids. But one of the things that we're hearing from parents is that, kids have missed a lot of instruction since March. So not that I want to do away with science and social studies. I don't mean that. But we do have to make up for some deficits. And you may have already answered this, but, maybe that's where we need to concentrate right now are the deficits that we've lost with some of the kids, the time that we haven't been in person.
I would agree with you. Obviously, math and ELA, which are areas that are tested by the state, we will focus on. You can see right here too, science and social studies in this particular grade level is about 30 to 35 minutes a day, but there will definitely be flexibility for the teachers and the administrators at each school site to utilize that time as they see fit.
And has the state come up with anything about testing for this year? I know they did away with it last year, but is there any kind of push to let it go this year again?
Yeah. The latest I have heard, there has been no definitive answer either way. So,
Is that I think that might be a legislative thing that they have to
Probably.
do. So until the legislature meets, I would imagine that we have to wait until the legislature meets. And since they haven't had a special session yet, we might have to wait till January to get the answer.
and I will add on to that, we are, of course, starting with our new benchmark system, and we are working on that. Brandy Harris is working with our site teams to implement that too here over the next several weeks as well, because that is a requirement in the executive order that we have a beginning of the year benchmark within the first 6 weeks of school.
Ms. Wood?
Yes, Dr. Santa Cruz. Mr. Martin, I think of all, well, we've heard from a lot of families, but I would say the elementary have most desperately been in need of help and in person. And I guess I just am interested and concerned about those families and how do we help them until we get to this point? How do we help them, those students? We've got to reach out and help these students desperately.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I know the teachers are feeling the same way. I feel like I've heard from many teachers who are doing all that they can and feeling that same frustration, and I don't want them to burn out either. So
Right. I think this will help a lot by just getting the students back 2 days a week, because that in-person time really helps a teacher figure out what is it that I'm doing with the students. And also, too, we've heard from lots of parents and we know from teachers that online instruction, especially for primary students, can be very cumbersome. And so in a 45-minute lesson, what you would normally would get done in person in kindergarten or first grade is going to take you 2 hours to get done, and they don't have that time. And so that's probably why it's very painful right now over the first 2 weeks for our students at the elementary level, because just getting the procedural, getting WebEx going, all of those things, and getting students that are 5, 6, and 7 years old to be independent, that's what we teach them in school normally. And so when a teacher's trying to do it, as I call it, through the Brady Bunch screen, that can be really hard for students to do that. And so I think by having some structure and routine and having them there 2 days a week, I actually think the 3 days a week that they are not at school, they'll be more successful as well. Plus, too, I foresee that a lot of those assignments won't always necessarily be on the computer. There will be some, okay, kids, here's the math assignment that you're going to do on good old-fashioned paper, pencil types of things, and then that they'll bring back the next school day that they're in session to review. So I think that'll really be helpful. I've already seen at the elementary school levels, as I've been out, lots of teachers already leaving drop baskets there in the front office or in front of the office for parents to come by and pick up certain materials that are easier and probably more child developmentally appropriate for students to complete on paper, pencil versus online types of things.
Okay.
Mr. Carr?
And to tag on to you,
Go ahead, Ms. Ujetti.
and to tag on to Mrs. Woods, I think after being an elementary principal for 21 years and an elementary teacher at 17, I think a lot of things that we're going to deal with when we get back are going to be social, emotional, and just teaching kids to get together again.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be the hardest part.
That goes back to those routines, procedures, the classroom culture and environment. All of those different aspects will be taken into consideration as well.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that.
Just, sorry,
Go ahead.
to add on, just again too, if we just keep those students in the forefront and their needs and their abilities, and if that's what we're concerned most about, I know that's what our teachers do. I just think we're going to have a lot of challenges as we even get back.
Right.
But we've got to take care of these students.
Well, and the social emotional, as you well remember, because of the bond and override passing last year, we do have social workers now at all of our elementary and junior high schools, and then mental health counselors at our high schools. So, and those will be full-time, which at the elementary schools, if you were a non-title, they were half-time. So they are already playing a great role when I've been out there helping teachers and students, but I think getting back in person, they'll really be able to help some of that as well and assist the teachers with certain lessons and activities, and help students too in small groups that need some extra support beyond those whole group lessons that are done in the classroom.
Is there anything specifically that teachers are doing to address social emotional needs now in the online?
They
learning?
they have classroom meetings. They talk about too just some of the concepts of being online and also being a classroom community. There, Susie Cadena and the social workers have put together their own buzz tiles on the platform for teachers to utilize. There's resources like Sanford Harmony and some other materials that teachers can use, and some of those materials have quick 10 or 15-minute activities that they can embed into their day as well, whether it's online or in person.
All right, thank you.
I just,
Mr. Carr?
if I may, I just comment. First of all, thank you for putting together this plan. I think you've hit on the very issues that I just would highlight. We're going to have to be patient with these students as they come back. It's been, 6 months that they've not only learned the habits or unlearned the habits of learning, unlearned the habits of expectations for behavior. They're not going to be behind their peers because everybody's in the same situation, but we know that the learning has not been as effective as any of us have wanted, both last fourth quarter and not from lack of effort from teachers. We appreciate all they're doing, but even this year. So it's going to be a learning experience for all of us, especially at that elementary level.
Absolutely. So I think one thing to think about is if you have 12 or 15 students twice a week, though, you really are going to get to know those students quite quickly on those 2 days in person, because you will be able to really personalize things versus the 25 or 30 students. So I think there's also going to be some advantages when I've talked to a few elementary teachers about having the small groups at first. And like you said, Mr. Carr, getting some of those routines and procedures back into place. And then one thing I will remind everybody is we as adults worry a lot, and having been an elementary teacher and elementary principal, it always never ceased to amaze me how resilient, though, that students are when they get back and work with a teacher and get in the school environment. They are in many ways more resilient than we are as adults, and they're like sponges, as we all know, and they pick up things very quickly. The last thing I want to touch on tonight before I'll hand it off to the next person is the on-site support learning, which of course, per Governor Ducey's executive order, we had to start that yesterday, August 17th. Of course, it is a K-12 thing, but it mainly hits elementary schools. And so during this hybrid phased-in approach, we would still offer it to the students on their days that they are not there during the school hours, just as we are right now. We would probably limit it to 30 students per day, which would be about 2 classrooms or 2 rooms or areas. And we know at some of our larger campuses, we'll have to be a little bit creative on finding that space. I've already talked to a few of those principals as well. Junior high and high school won't be as much, but it will be available for those junior high and high school students on their off days if they need to be in the building for internet access only. Of course, it is there for internet access, and it'll look very similar to like it is now, where support staff are supervising the elementary students that do get that on-site support learning services. And then no specialized in-person services provided during off-campus days would also happen with that.
That means that the ones that go to school on Monday, Thursday would not receive those in-person services on Tuesday and Friday.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that is all I have. I will turn it over to Mrs. Taylor in secondary schools.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to focus a little bit on the differences between the elementary and the secondary on this slide. The first one, however, Mr. Martin already mentioned transportation would still be provided to and from school, but those bus capacities would be at 50%. So that is definitely an advantage to this hybrid model. At the secondary level, we have planned for staggered release times during the passing periods. So when we get to the schedule, the specific schedule on the next page, we will take a look more closely at that, but staggered release during those passing periods, and then also the directed hallway flow patterns. For instance, we would need to designate the enter and exit of our secondary campus doors. That's definitely a point where a lot of times kids are just going face to face in and out of those doors. So they've already started working on signage for those, as well as directional arrows on the floor, passing on the right side of the hallways with arrows pointing in the directions that the standard flow of traffic goes at some of our larger campuses is going to be important. We will have a reduced usage of those larger common areas. So when you take a look at the gym, the auditorium, the lecture hall, the library, unless it's intentional for specific social distancing of certain performing arts groups or club meetings, those types of things, they would be able to spread out more in some of those larger areas. But as far as using the gym or the auditorium for full packed in assemblies, we were going to plan during this hybrid time period to use virtual assemblies still. And a lot of our schools have already done some of those things with their freshman orientation, 7th grade orientation, those types of events that they've had to modify this year because of the current situation. Reduced cafeteria seating, same as what Mr. Martin mentioned, that we would reduce, similar to what restaurants are doing right now, where you have limited table usage and reduced amount of chairs at each of the tables. Other locations we would open on our secondary campuses for lunch time. So our libraries is a good example of a place where a lot of times are open for our students to use during the lunch period. Lecture halls, auditoriums, courtyards. A lot of our secondary campuses, kids already eat all over the place during the lunchtime. They find their spot and kind of make it theirs. Which is kind of nice for them to have a break from being in the typical cafeteria. Phased approach to athletics, we would continue that. We started level 3 this week, and that has been going extremely well throughout the process, starting with level 1 and moving to level 2. We went into a modified level 2, and then this week started at level 3 for the first time. We've also been using that same approach to our performing arts groups, so a modified performing arts practices. The marching bands have been utilizing that as well, following a phased-in approach similar to what we've used for athletics. So that would continue. Field trips we have determined more on a month-by-month basis. They've all been canceled up through this point, through the end of August. But as we move towards meeting some of those metrics and taking a look at a phased-in approach, we would revisit that on a month-by-month basis. The partial day option at the secondary level will remain. So a lot of our students have chosen and do in a typical year as well to take a couple classes online through our GPS Global Academy. That would continue, that they could be on campus for a portion of their day and then continue to take those online courses either from home or through a Center for Success period on the campus. So it just depends on the student and whether they're able to provide their own transportation. Obviously, they can still ride the bus before school and after school, but we typically prefer students to, once they leave, to not return, so they're not coming and going just for safety purposes. Questions about any of those things? There may be more questions when you look at the specific schedules. On the next page, there is a picture of the high school modified in person, but there's a link to the junior high one as well on there, as well as the high school one. You don't necessarily need to open it. They're very, very similar in approach in that we would divide the alpha split cohort similar to what has already been explained, so that really we're looking at families having more consistency within their family unit, regardless of what level their children are at or what school they attend. And this was probably the best way to determine that, so that it would simplify schedules for families. We know that there will be some exceptions to that alpha split because there are households where students have different last names, and so we'll work with families on a case-by-case basis with that. There will also be a need probably for certain programs to group students together. For instance, our bands may determine that they would like all of their brass maybe on the Monday, Thursday, and all of their woodwinds together on the Tuesday, Friday. Maybe a advanced sports training class that has the basketball team, for instance, would put their JV basketball on Monday, Thursday, and their varsity players on the Tuesday, Friday. So there may be some reason why certain groups or certain families might have a need over the other, and that will offset some of the imbalance that we know will naturally occur. When we do the A through L, M through Z, not every single period that a student or that a student attends or a teacher is teaching is going to be exactly 15 and 15 out of a class of 30, but it would significantly reduce the amount of kids in the classroom where we can allow those desks to be spread out and allow for that social distancing. within classrooms and allow for more safety and the reassurance of our teaching staff as well. This is a pretty similar schedule to what kids are experiencing right now. We unfortunately had to change the schedules once already, just to allow students to really, some of the conflicts that were occurring. We tried really hard to line up our global academy with our junior highs and high schools, as well as the conflicts that were existing between EVIT, so not only kids who were taking classes within our own district at Global and the in-person teachers that were assigned to them, but our EVIT students at the high school level were having some conflicts. So we have transitioned to a very similar schedule to this, so that when students go back in person, we're hoping that not as many changes have to be made to their schedules for those students who selected the in-person or the partial day options. Questions about the schedule? If you take a look a little bit closer at the left side, you can see the staggered release times. So they were planning on having 10 minutes in between passing periods rather than the typical 4 or 5 at our junior highs and high schools, to allow for a staggered release. So there's 5 minutes in between each of the releases between each class period. So I know that might sound confusing, but really it would just be each class, half of each class. So if you had a class of, on a teacher's roster of 30 students, 15 approximately are there on Monday, then half of those kids would be released. So you'd have eight kids that would leave out of each classroom, 7, 9, some classes 10, 12, whatever that is, would be released, and then 5 go straight to their next class. And then 5 minutes later, another little bell that would allow the other half to pass, so that our larger campuses, where you have thousands of kids that are passing in between each period, would be staggered as well, to allow a reduction in numbers. On Wednesdays, the only difference that we have talked to principals about already, and kind of will obviously be taking a little bit more feedback on this between now and the possible implementation of this, is that on Wednesdays we would like each of our teachers at the secondary level to touch base each class period with all of their students. So that would be the one time that all 30 would be together. Obviously, it would still be online, but at least that's another touch point for a teacher that's in, that is live, and that they are able to give them further instructions for some of that time that they are not in class in person. There's also opportunities for, as there is now, the one-on-one small group sessions on Wednesdays, as well, as far as before and after school on the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I think Mr. Martin answered it well, in that each teacher still has a prep period. So even those students who on their off days, when they're at home doing their independent learning, they can reach out to a teacher, and teachers still have their lunch period, their prep period, their before and after school times to shoot a quick email or to respond to a student. Questions?
Well, I do have to say, I think there's been a lot of thought put together really quick on this, so I want to thank everybody that worked so hard on this plan, because I'm sure you put a lot of time and effort into thinking it out and coming up with some solutions, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Other board members, comments? No?
I do have one more question, just as I asked Mr. Martin. When we have kids who are, I kind of think of it for these high school kids and maybe junior high kids, is it's more like a college class. You go and you have in-person instruction, but then you've got assignments that you need to do when you're away from class in order to come back to class prepared. Is that, I mean, I read some emails. People were expressing concern about AP classes and honors classes, and where the students going to get enough instruction to help them keep up and be prepared for those AP tests and so forth.
Absolutely. It's a good question. I think, and Mr. Martin indicated this as well, that those priority standards are going to be important as far as the AP courses. Same thing, and the College Board has done a nice job of putting together, even last spring, that this was an issue, and they've put together some learning modules and some different videos and things that can support teachers, AP teachers in the classroom, and also while their kids are at home on their independent learning days. A lot of our teachers are familiar with the flipped classroom model already, and I think that that's going to be significant in this hybrid period, that they're going to give them not only just, worksheets and packets and things to do on those off days or papers to write, that they're going to actually assist them in learning with some of those flipped models. Where the teacher has already created maybe the direct instruction for that day that they're going to watch or observe at home and go through on their own, and then have that support on those off days where they're back on campus. But yes, I think there's opportunities within the schedule for continued interventions. The advisory period at the junior high, right now on the schedule, they have an hour time period so that all of those class periods would line up. But obviously, we know our junior highs don't have 30 or 60-minute lunches, so they have an opportunity to place in an advisory period that kind of backs up to their lunch, where they can provide some of those intervention opportunities. And we haven't really revisited the Pride, after-school Pride program yet, but a lot of our junior highs have utilized that in a little bit different manner over the past few years to provide some interventions, some tutoring and support, and then utilize that transportation that's been offered to our junior high students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Wood?
Yep, just going along with that, again, there really have been some huge struggles with the online learning. It's been hard to access at times. We aren't getting a lot of instruction as much as our teachers are trying to do. I'm just saying there's much shortened schedules and time. So I just think it's, again, critical that we realize that with our students and get back to what we can do in person so that they can have that instruction. And then also, my other question, this is kind of silly, but I was going to ask about the bus schedule. If we're getting out at 2:25, I thought the bus schedule was down to the T at 2:20. Like we had to be out by 2:20.
Oh, and we may need to adjust that back to,
okay.
yes, to the 2:20.
Okay, just because
you know
so
what,
that we
and
can
on the
then
junior
keep
high,
that going. Like we've got to. I know that we've worked on that really hard last year to get the buses out of the high schools to get to the
that
next
seventh
place.
hour should just have everybody dismissed at 2:20. So on the junior high schedule, you can see that there wasn't a staggered release at the end of the
Okay,
day.
great.
It was right at 3:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Wood. I completely missed it. Anything else, Board? Okay.
Right, thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. McIntosh on the employee side of this.
Good evening, Dr. Santa Cruz, Governing Board members, and Dr. McCord. It's my pleasure to talk to you about the employees tonight. Over the summer and before the start of the school year, we were making all the changes with the online and the in-person switches, and I'm proud to say that we have appropriately certified teachers in front of both of those types of learning environments. And so that was our goal there. Support staff, per the last executive order, support staff had to be committed and available to work. We have put all of the paraprofessionals to work in supporting the teachers in the online support at the schools. So they've been back since the 5th. We are training them, or they were all trained on COVID processes and what to look for as well. The next bullet point there is, right now, there are some positions which are being evaluated for furlough, as there is not an opportunity for them to work either remotely or on site. For example, nutrition services employees, food services employees, they don't have the opportunity to work remotely. And so those are also a self-funded department, so we may end up having to furlough some of those employees for a couple of weeks until we can come back in person. Next slide. Staffing assignments, adjustments, and costs. We continue to adjust staffing patterns based on the need of the school and the grade level there. We're in constant contact with principals and their needs. We will continue to do that across the board, across the district, to determine the best needs of each school and what they need for their teachers and for their paraprofessionals. We report all of our identified COVID cases to the appropriate governmental agencies through the Benefits Department with Adrian Dutchover and Jen Frost. They make sure that all of our necessary paperwork gets sent to the necessary governmental agencies there. And then faculty and staff training prior to students arriving on campus. We trained and identified all the signs and symptoms of COVID. Our mitigation best practices, which I'll go over on the next slide, and our health and safety protocols and procedures for our faculty and staff were in place. This is our return to work precautions and procedures for our employees. I know that Jen talked about this as well, but I will as well. These are our precautions for our employees. They have access to PPE, including the distribution of the N95 face coverings and face shields as appropriate and as requested.
Mr. McIntosh, I stop here.
Yep.
And I think that's important. We put out a call. Here's what we can give you. What do you want in terms of here's our items, whether it's face shields or N95 masks. There are some staff that did not request that, and that's okay, but we wanted to make sure we had it available. So I don't want anybody out there thinking that we gave out, 40, 200 N95s or face shields. We didn't want to waste anything, because if people don't want it, we don't want to give it to them. But if they want it, we will definitely have it available and we'll get it to them. So just want to make sure you guys knew that.
We will have hand sanitizer in every classroom. We'll have cleaning solutions provided for daily spot cleaning of high traffic surfaces, door handles, light switches, desks, etc. Classrooms will be sanitized each and every day, and a deep cleaning will occur every third day at a minimum. District health protocols for reporting and returning to work, as Jen shared, so that every employee knows what will happen if there is somebody on campus who is diagnosed with COVID, and then the notification of those positive contacts. We have some return to work support for our teachers, as we know that, or our employees, as we know that this is a very stressful time. We continue with the employee assistance program for all of our staff members, which is free. Regular communication and check-ins with vulnerable staff from their administrators, etc. Training for use of the online platform and supplemental resources through tech services, and instructional technology support dedicated to virtual learning.
Could you just talk a little bit about the employee assistance program and
Sure.
what that entails for staff members?
Absolutely, it's very important. We call it EAP, the Employee Assist Program. It is counseling, free counseling for our employees. They have the opportunity to go up to a maximum of 10 sessions for free on any one sort of issue, and then they can take another 10 sessions if it's on another issue. So, for example, anxiety or depression, and then it could be on financial stress. They get another 10. So it's been in the works with Gilbert Public Schools since I've been here.
Probably 18.
Yeah, 18, 19 years. Yeah. So it's a really good program. I think that if employees take advantage of it. It's helpful during this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McIntosh,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
does that apply to board members too? Can we access EAP?
I'll have to look and see.
They may make
Thank
an
you.
exception.
They may make an exception. Any other questions regarding employees or staffing?
I'm sure you've worked really hard in the last few weeks and months, so thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Mr. McIntosh, or Dr. Santa Cruz, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So if employees have questions and concerns about the protocols being followed, or if there's enough sanitizer in their classroom or different things, how do we go about that? Do they start by talking to their principal, by talking to maybe their site custodial, or how do we, I want to empower that we have the best things in place and that our employees know that we're trying to do all that we can and need their help to make sure that all of these right things are happening.
I think it comes down to communication first and foremost from the school principal or the department director or whoever to the employee, making sure that they understand that here's what we have first and foremost. Here's how you can access it. If you run out of it, here's the procedures you need to implement. And if we don't have it, or there's something that you feel we need, what is it and how can we get it to you? And so I think it starts there. If for some reason that doesn't work out well, and the processes in which to get that, hey, go see the building manager on your campus, they'll take care of you. They know that you may be coming, what and whatnot. But if that process breaks down, they need to give a call to operations department or OTM, just so we make sure that everybody's taken care of. And again, 99% of the time, that's a communication error in that, and so we need to make sure that information is flowing.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you.
Next up, we have operations, and Ms. Bonnie Betts.
Good evening, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members, Dr. McCord. So I'm here to talk first about transportation. So first of all, as you know, we have spent a lot of time over the last year recreating and redoing all of the routes for all of our schools. Our goal has been to minimize the time on the buses to between 20 and 25 minutes maximum. We haven't successfully done that across the board 100%, but that has been the goal. So with minimizing the time, it also decreases the potential transmission of the virus as well. Air circulation, it has been set normally at this time of year. We are on 100% recirculation due to the temperature. However, we've opened that up to make sure that we have 100% refresh air coming through on the buses, as well as the roof vent is being kept open as well. There's a caveat to that we do have some very heat sensitive students, et cetera, so we are monitoring that dependent upon the staff that we are, or the students that we are transporting at any point in time. Buses will be sanitized twice a day. So we will talk about the sanitization processes associated with this more when we talk about what we're doing in our facilities. So we have been required, due to the inability to get equipment in, to actually have spray bottles again deployed for every bus driver, to have the sanitization spray available. So they're actually coming back from their runs now, because they are transporting all of our preschoolers, special education preschoolers right now. And they're also transporting our EVIT students, as EVIT has started back on Monday. And so after every run, they are taking their spray bottles and spraying down all of the seats and surfaces within the bus. It takes a little bit longer than the equipment that we have on order, but at least it's a strategy by which we can do what we said we're going to do to make sure that we are minimizing the transmission of the virus as much as possible.
So
Yes.
is this like I don't want to say Lysol, but a disinfectant spray that they can just spray and leave, or is it something they also have to wipe?
It's actually a sanitization spray. It leaves a very light film on everything, and it has been tested and verified that with a 3-minute dwell time, it kills the coronavirus.
Okay, so they just have to spray the
They
seat
just
and
have
they're
to
done.
spray it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That does not take the place, though, of the nightly cleaning. So in addition to the sanitization that they do after every run, they're still expected to do that same thing, spray down the surfaces, and then wipe them down at that point in time. So it's comparable to the fact that we have hand sanitizer, but that doesn't take the place of making sure that we're having our students wash their hands on a regular basis. So it's the same concept. Face coverings are, every single bus driver has a box of the disposable face masks to hand to any student that gets on the bus that does not have a mask on. And then they also have hand sanitizer available if a student requests it. Because of the fact that we're on a hybrid and transporting only half of the students, there will be opportunities for social distancing. If possible, we will encourage students to take a whole seat all to themselves. In addition, as part of our recommendations to parents, just suggesting that they have their children sit together if they're on the bus at the same time, those kinds of things. So before I go any further, are there any specific questions regarding transportation? Okay, terrific. So before we get into some of the details, I'd like to go ahead and share this video that our communication director, Don Antosenis, has put together. This gives you a nice overview of all the campus mitigation strategies that will be deployed once we start school. There we go. It wasn't me who did that. I don't get credit.
We are excited to begin the 2020-21 school year with all of our students and families. We missed you all this summer and are ready to get back to learning and connecting. As we all know, GPS students will begin learning online August 5th, returning to our campuses once school is underway. In preparation for welcoming students back to our campuses, we would like to share with you some of the enhancements and changes that we have put in place to promote health and well-being. Firstly, we will have clear signage posted at entrances and throughout our campuses, highlighting behavior that supports minimizing the spread of COVID-19. As you enter our schools, you will see a few other changes, including floor signs indicating physical distancing in our lobby areas, plexiglass in the welcome area, and again, clear signage indicating actions we can all take to keep ourselves and each other safe. Some other changes you will notice are general campus modifications to minimize large gatherings of students. These include staggered bell times, organizing furniture to maximize physical distancing opportunities, and opening access to areas of the campus that will allow more space for students to spread out. A good example of this is at our junior high and high school campuses. We will open up libraries, auditoriums, and outdoor spaces during lunchtime to give our students even more space. For breakfast and lunch in general, we will of course continue to promote access to healthy food for all of our students, and will provide a supportive, encouraging environment. It will look a little different, including clear marked table spacing, no salad bar, and other small modifications. You will also notice throughout our campuses that there are hand sanitizing stations and access to hand washing areas. These are all designed to be easily accessible to students and employees, We will have signage with friendly reminders on how to hand wash effectively, placed in the bathrooms and at our classroom sinks. Another one of our goals is to keep our schools as clean as possible during this time. To achieve this, we have greatly enhanced our cleaning protocols and procedures. Our highly trained custodians will be performing regular deep cleaning of all campuses, as well as regular cleaning of high-touch surfaces, utilizing approved cleaning supplies and tools. Teachers will be provided with the supplies they need to support the ongoing cleaning of their classroom area, and will be well supported in this by their campus building manager, custodians, and the entire campus staff. Students are also welcome to bring in their own supply of wipes to wipe down their desk and chair if needed. At this time, the wearing of face coverings will apply to all students while on campus, 1st grade through 12th grade. And this is per the Maricopa County guidelines and the executive order recently applied by Arizona Governor's Office. We're also asking our parents to complete self-assessment health screenings for their students prior to sending them to school each day. And our staff will also be completing daily self-assessment health screening checks, all designed to keep our students and employees as safe as possible during this time. For the most up-to-date information on how we are preparing to welcome our students back to our campuses, please visit www.gilbertschools.net/families.
Great, awesome. And I love that Scottish accent. That's just so great.
So before I get into some of the details regarding the cleaning and sanitization, I really have to acknowledge Mr. Albert Dutchover, who is here this evening. I am just the mouthpiece of this cleaning and sanitization portion. It really has been so much of Albert's effort since he has been the director of facilities starting back in, I believe, July of 2017. So I just want to make sure that I'm acknowledging him. One of the greatest things that has occurred over this past couple of months is just the recognition that Gilbert Public Schools was already on its way to have standardization in cleaning and elevated expectations. So back in February of 2018, Albert began the effort of standardizing all the chemicals throughout Gilbert Public Schools and making sure that all those materials were available in the warehouse. Since that time, we've worked actively with training all of the building managers and all the custodians to understand the various chemicals, the dilution protocols for all the various chemicals, and learning the best way to apply and clean them. So that has been a great start. Since May, when we started developing our reopening plan, it became extremely clear that cleaning and having sanitization materials in the classroom and in the schools was extremely important. So at that point in time, Albert spent a great deal of effort in determining what the best types of equipment would be to make sure that we're meeting those needs. So we talked about the Trident electrostatic sprayers that I talked about a little bit that we were going to use on our buses, as well as for our weight rooms. And I think to date, we have a sprayer in each of our weight rooms throughout the high schools and junior highs and secondary. So we do have them available and they're being used regularly by our coaches. But we found out very quickly that the lead time on getting this equipment in was drastically kept being delayed and delayed and delayed. And so at that point in time, we needed to find a plan B. And that was when we came up with the idea, well, maybe we can provide the material through spray bottles and those types of things. We also had the idea that we should have hand sanitizing stations at least 14 of them at our elementary schools and probably double or triple that at our junior highs and high schools. Well, lo and behold, we couldn't get the hand sanitizer dispensers in, nor the product. So that was when we went to Plan B and thought, okay, let's go ahead and get a 32-ounce hand sanitizer bottle for every single classroom. So to give you an idea of that, there's between 3,000 and 3,500 classrooms in Gilbert Public Schools. However, those 32-ounce bottles have been deployed into every single classroom district-wide. And also a parent earlier commented about the methanol in some of the hand sanitizers. We have verified over and over again that the product we are buying is with alcohol, not with methanol, making sure that our students and staff members are safe. So that has happened. In addition, I know that our teachers have been used to having the Clorox wipes or the Lysol wipes or the alcohol wipes available to them in their classroom. Well, lo and behold, we couldn't get those in either. So I'm working with the warehouse on a regular basis. When are they supposed to come in? They keep delaying the delivery. Okay, so then what do we do? What's Plan B? Well, again, the spray bottles. Can we possibly do the spray bottles and put alcohol in the spray bottles or something of that nature? And then Albert came forward and said, well, we're already using this Rejuvenol, which is our cleaning protocol across the school district. All of our building managers are familiar with it. So at that point in time, we thought, let's just go ahead and have the spray bottles filled with the Rejuvenol. We had a whole bunch of spray bottles in the warehouse, but lo and behold, we didn't have any triggers. None of the spray materials were available. So we've been searching, and of course, Albert has been extremely helpful with this as well, because he's gone to Lowe's and Aces and Home Depot and picked up every single last bottle to make sure that at least as we're doing registration, as we're having students come in with VIK or our sports camps or whatever, all those classrooms do have both a sanitizer as well as the cleaning materials in them and ready to go. So today, we have nearly all of our elementary classrooms completed with both the hand sanitizer as well as the spray bottles with Rejuvenol, and we're prioritizing junior highs and high schools next. But we're doing everything we can to locate these, and even Hilliard, we had a meeting with Hilliard last week, Albert and I did, and said, here's the deal. We're just having a hard time getting this product. Well, lo and behold, the Hilliard representative walked into Albert's office today and handed him 60 spray bottles, so there, at least the information is out there of our desperate need. So that's what it's been looking like over the last couple of months. In addition, I wanted to share some of the details about the plexiglass. I'd like to answer Ms. Ugetti's question regarding the plexiglass. So early on, we determined that we needed to have at least 2 of the plexiglass shields available in the front offices as schools are handling enrollments, et cetera. So we ordered those. Well, again, delays in getting the product in. So at that point in time, Albert came forward and said, shoot, I think I can have the guys build these. And so he went ahead and built 30 of them. So we deployed them to the highest needs again first. We've received some product in. Now we know we need a special education plexiglass because our psychologists need to do testing with students, and you can't do that with your face masks on, those kinds of things. So the next step was, well, let's deploy the material to all of our special education departments in all of our schools. So we started doing that. Lo and behold, delays again. So Albert got his crew together and created another 30 of them. So he's built 60 of these plexiglass shields now. And we've gotten some product in as well. And then finally, with Jen's urging, Albert also created the barriers between beds, really, in the nurse's office to make sure that if we do have a student that we can separate them, along with the fact that we have deployed about half of our nurses have plexiglass shields for their desks as well, and they're the next priority when the next shipment comes in. So we've been trying to come up with means in which we can meet all of the needs and being as resourceful as possible to get all that work done. So at this point in time, we do expect to have all of the spray bottles to all of our schools before we would begin on this schedule. So that's where we are on some of those details. In addition, we thought it was important as we're sharing with the whole world our cleaning protocols. So Albert came forward and said, it'd be a good idea that maybe we meet with all of our building managers throughout the school district to let them know, hey, we're sharing that these are our protocols and the expectations for cleaning. So, but we can't meet with all 40 of them at once because of social distancing. So we scheduled 2 meetings a day for 4 days. And so we had five of the building managers in front of us for about an hour and a half to train them on everything that we're saying and some more details about the protocols, more details about the QT3, which is that desanitization film that doesn't require you to wipe it off, as well as making sure that we have the bottles filled in every classroom, making sure that our classroom teachers have the microfiber cloths available to them, and also making sure that the hand sanitizer is always filled up. So that's where we are at this point. In addition, last spring, Cabinet did approve the addition of 5 roving custodians so that if we do have an outbreak or we have other issues associated with absenteeism or whatever, we're able to deploy a custodian to help out of school at any point in time. And then one last detail about the N95 masks and the face shields. So to date, we have sent out to every single individual that requested it. So it's been over 3,600 pieces of equipment that have been sent out to all employees district-wide. Only at their request again, giving them training on how they're to be used and how they're to be taken care of, but definitely meeting the needs of our employees throughout the school district.
Ms. Betts, just a inquiry. Have we created a schedule for the reordering and replenishing of supplies and product? And will we be reporting to the board where there might still be deficits and what we might be on the lookout for?
You bet. I will continue to update you on the availability of product. Our most recent information indicates that the equipment we're expected to get in on the 8th of September, and these are the sprayers, the electrostatic sprayers. In addition, we're supposed to get all of the triggers back for all the spray bottles by the end of this month, along with all of the additional plexiglass shields. But I will make sure that we're keeping you updated on that. In addition, we have about 1,500 of the hand sanitizer bottles in stock to date. So as teachers do run out, all they need to do is just order them, and we'll have them sent out from the warehouse. And we are keeping stock. So they have a min-max system in the warehouse where when it becomes depleted to a certain level, then they automatically order more. And I've been speaking with Jason Poston, who is our warehouse buyer, almost on a daily basis to make sure that those quantities are appropriate and that we have the right amount of product.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Dutchover, for your work in this area.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Go ahead, Ms. Ujetti.
I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Betts because I know that this is so difficult at so many levels, and I think that we're hearing this all over the country, that there's shortages of everything, and I think the hardest part is trying to communicate that to all of our stakeholders that we're doing the best that we can, and I think that's the breakdown, but I think that's the breakdown in our whole world right now. And I think everybody's frustrated. And so I want to say thank you for this presentation tonight because it means a lot to me that I know that you guys are doing the right thing, which I always knew that anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Ujetti. Board members? Other questions, comments?
I was just going to say, just ditto to what Mrs. Ujetti said. I mean, you guys have worked really hard, and that's a lot of things to worry about and to make sure that they're dispensed. So thank you very much.
Well, the issue is poor Albert, because every other day, so Albert, can you do this? So Albert, can you do that? Poor guy, I'm killing him. But he's so resourceful. It's been a gift to the school district that we have him.
That's good.
Mr. Carr?
Thank you. Ms. Betts, again, thank you to all of you and your staff for all the preparations. I guess the bottom line question is, you've hit all the plan A's, B's, and probably in some cases some C's and D's. Are we going to be ready with all the materials we need when students step back in the classroom?
If we do not have the equipment that we're expecting to have, we will figure out how we can make sure that we have a replacement for that. Yes, sir, we will be ready. We're sure that our custodians are fully trained. We have plenty of the chemical, the cleaning chemical, that has been well stocked in the warehouse. So yes, sir, I really believe that we'll be ready. We might not have all the equipment in, but we will have a solution for deploying it if we don't have that equipment. Yes, sir.
Board members, anything else? Dr. McCord.
Thank you, Ms. Betts. I think up next we have Mrs. Anna Stennis for communication.
Good evening, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members, and Dr. McCord.
Yeah, you need.
Okay, is that better?
You need to speak in.
Okay.
Just
so communication continues to be important, particularly when we're looking at this move to hybrid and having students back on campus. We will, of course, continue to regularly update our parents, families, and employees via email and our district website and the employee hub. There's definitely specific emphasis on communicating developments that might be happening at a local authority level, changes to policies and procedures. A good example of that would be ensuring we communicate effectively the face covering policy to all stakeholders so there is a clear and shared understanding. I guess something that's important to touch on is at this point we're communicating updates, and we're also in the stage of educating all of our stakeholders on some of the mitigating strategies that we have in place, on best practices that will support minimizing the spread and keeping our schools open. Some examples would be age-appropriate signage. So we spent some time working with each relevant department to identify signage that we could deploy across all of our campuses. Some of this signage was selected from CDC resources, and others we created ourselves, adding in Gilbert Public Schools branding and also school branding. So for example, in all of our bathrooms and beside the classroom sinks in our schools, we have clear hand washing guidance with a 5-step process, and that has been branded for each school with their school colors and their logos to make that information as accessible as possible to our students, particularly our younger students. We also have clear signage around health assessment reminders. So as well as deploying the student daily health assessment and the employee daily health assessment through a number of channels, it's still important for us to remind people as they arrive on campus, friendly reminders, have you completed your daily health assessment? So those signs have been deployed, and all of our campuses have done a phenomenal job of ensuring that this signage is placed in the clear areas that we have indicated. So there's a lot around, as you saw in that video, there's a lot of signage as people enter the campuses, and then also posted throughout the campus. Reminders about best practice, physical distancing. We've also created understanding that people receive communication in different ways. We have tried to not only provide that information on our website in written form and also in high visibility signage. We've also created a video library, which we continue to add to. The example you saw earlier was our return to campus video. And we also have videos directed at the younger elementary students about hand washing, creating physical distancing through bubbles, and the kind of language that they are familiar with and have probably already heard from their teachers and parents. So we have videos also about what students can do to help, what families can do to help, and videos that explain to our families what we're doing on our part with regard to the mitigation strategies on campus. We also just created a video that goes into detail about the various health office protocols. So what might happen if your student is sent home if they are ill, and what the various expectations are. So we'll continue to add to that library. It's currently live on our website. And as we move closer to reopening our schools via this hybrid model, we will start to disseminate those videos and that information. It's all ready to go, but it's important for us not to confuse our audience. But as soon as we're talking about returning to campuses in this way, then we'll start to disseminate those videos through a variety of channels to support our families to be as well prepared as possible. Also, the videos are being created for staff and employees to, again, help them understand and engage with information about a wide variety of protocols. There's a lot of enhancements and small changes to perhaps protocols that are already in existence or new ones. And we want to make information on that as accessible as possible, as clear as possible. So again, it's that piece about communicating updates, but also educating stakeholders. And this next slide really reinforces that. The role of my team currently is really to communicate and educate all of our stakeholders, specifically around mitigation strategies and also expectations. So you'll see on this slide really a summary of some of the key information pieces that we're working on communicating. Health protocols, communications, what does that look like if there is a positive case on a campus? What kind of communication should you expect? What might that look like? Sanitization and cleaning procedures. So rather than just making a general statement that those are in existence, we would like our community to understand the depth of those procedures, so they feel reassured and also well informed. Information on hand washing, sanitization stations, face covering policy. Also the daily health assessment for both staff and students. We have those posted already on our website in both English and Spanish. And similarly for our employees, that information will be posted on our employee hub. Helping people to understand the various campus modifications, again, for all stakeholders to be as best prepared as possible for returning to campuses. Staff awareness training, I was mentioning briefly earlier, and again, those awareness resources. So really continuing to keep people up to date, keep people informed, and support people to be well prepared for returning in person, using a variety of channels, direct email communications, newsletters, website, and signage and video assets as well. Some of the areas around here are around parent expectations, so it's important for us to communicate and educate our parents if we have specific expectations on them regarding health assessments, for example. It's really incumbent upon us to make the health assessment as accessible as possible, as usable as possible, and to remind people about that. So in general, those are kind of the areas that we're focusing on with regard to communication and educating our stakeholders at this time. Any questions?
Well, that's a lot of work, and thank you very much. I mean, I think you've covered it. I can't think of anything to ask, but thank you.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Litt.
So you mentioned that these things are found on the website, and is it under the family?
Yep.
What is it? Remind me what.
So it's gilbertschools.net/families is acting as a hub at the moment. So right there we have every communication that we send out to parents is posted there prior to being sent out, so it can be as accessible as possible. We also have links from that page to COVID-19 resources, to the daily health assessment, to various protocols, to the video library. As I mentioned, we haven't really pushed a lot of the content around reopening and being on campus to not confuse our community. However, we very much have it ready to roll. And it is there for people who are looking for it. But yeah, /families is the hub.
And it's just, if you just go to the website, you could find a family.
Yes,
we've tab added that says family or something.
Yeah, we've added families to the main menu.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. McCord.
Thank you very much, Don. All right, to wrap this up, potential next steps and recommendations moving forward. And again, this depends on everything related to what you thought of this and where we want to go with this. But staff assessment to determine on-site return status. I think it's important for us to survey our staff to find out how many folks we'll have returning. We already know how many folks that we'll have that can't return based on medical issues, but we want to get an accurate number to ensure we have the right amount of people in front of our students. We'll also go back to the parent selection of first semester delivery model choice, and again, going back to this presentation, having an in-person hybrid model and the GPS Global Academy. Also notice that there aren't 3 options at this point, there's just 2. And again, that's the in-person hybrid and the GPS Global Academy. We would like to get feedback from our families related to that. We know, and we learned when we surveyed our our families back in June. We also know that in July, as things changed when it came to COVID-19, people wanted to make some changes. We think it's important to get an accurate number so we know how many students are going to be showing up and how many staff we need to ensure that we can make this hybrid model work. Then, of course, starting of school preparation, student enrollment and scheduling, and staff reassignments. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of reshuffling around, and again, that's something that's done by our OTM department, and they'll do a phenomenal job with it. But in order to make it done right and that we don't have people in the wrong place teaching the wrong subjects, we need that time to be able to make sure we do this the appropriate way. Therefore, the first day of in-person hybrid classes, looking at the 8th of September, and looking at the benchmarks and where we're at, and knowing that we will probably be in the green heading into that time, looking at full in-person implementation starting on the 21st of September, and again, as long as those benchmarks remain in the green. And so, definitely open for discussion, but wanted to let you know, based on everything that we're doing related to this hybrid model, we wanted to make sure that you had all the information available to you to be able to make a decision.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if I may.
Ms. Wood, go ahead.
Okay, so we know many parents want in person. We've heard a lot about that. So we're now asking for parents to come back again, or are we going to have it where it's the default like it was last time? It
would be a default, in my opinion. If you're already in person, you've already designated that, then you should be okay, and we'll delineate that when we ask them to make a choice.
But all in person will start with this hybrid.
Correct.
For potentially 2 weeks.
Correct.
Is what we're looking at. So there will be a change. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if there's going to be some change, but a lot of this will be the people who already are in person right now, who have their schedules with their teachers online, but it's with their
Correct.
School teachers. They'll basically just stay the same.
Correct.
Although we'll come back
And there also
twice
might
a
be
week.
some that might want to change to global too.
They'll
You see what I'm saying?
need to take that option and understand that that when we go back, we'll do hybrid for a little bit, and then we're going back full person. That's the mode that they're in. That's their decision that they need to make at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you're going to offer to those who are doing global right now, if they would like to switch back to the in-person, or otherwise they can just stay with the global, what they've already been doing.
Correct.
Okay. And again, I think with the staff as well, many of them have indicated certain things. We're allowing them, if they have a concern that they need to maybe move to a global or a permanent online solution.
Yeah, I think we have a decent indication of where they're at, but we need to make sure, because the last thing I want to do is open up our schools and not have the appropriate amount of staff for our students. And so if this hybrid model is premised on having half the students on a campus at a time, and then having half of those students in a class at a time, it won't work if we don't have the appropriate amount of staff on each campus. And so we want to make sure that we have that staff and we're ready to go.
Well, and especially, I mean, we're looking at moving from there to the back in person. So this
Exactly.
is the preparation for getting back. So this is what we need to do. Can you also speak to that? It looks like this is a change. We offered 3 types of learning or models in June or July, whenever parents had that selection. And now it looks like there's just 2.
Correct.
Either in-person, full-time, basically, or GPS Global Academy.
Right, so on the 8th, there would be 2 choices of in-person hybrid, or GPS Global Academy. And then let's say things are going great and we get kids back into school full-time, and then it would just be in-person and global. And so they'd still have that online option if they're not comfortable coming back. And so that would be the transition between the two. Does that make sense? Did I explain that
So
right?
the elementary flex is going to be phased out with this phase in.
The elementary flex would be phased out with this phase in, correct?
And that's mostly due to staffing or different challenges that we've had as we've tried to make that work.
It is correct, because we will have, we need to make sure that we have all those classrooms filled with the appropriate teacher. And so being able to do it appropriately, we would have to eliminate a model. Even going into this, originally, even before we presented it to anybody or anything, we only had 2 models, and that was either in-person or global, but we know that there was a need because some people had requested a flex model or a hybrid model. And we think it's still a great thing to do, but being able to move forward and continue to move to make sure that we get kids into classes, having an in-person and or a global model is probably what's best.
Sorry to keep going, but one last thing. So that's the elementary will no longer have that flex, but the junior high and high school especially, that already have kind of a couple of hours concurrent enrollment where they're at the school for a couple hours and then have the global for a couple hours, they will continue. They have that option to continue.
That will be business, because that's been business as usual even before all this, so they can be able to do that.
So I just think we just need to make sure that that's really clear when they're selecting their options. Like, do they want to just stay? I don't know how you're going to do that, but.
We'll put it together hopefully the best way possible so families can understand what they're choosing and what that means to them.
And if we could just try to minimize those families who have chosen, I would prefer not to have a whole schedule change and
Right.
have new teachers. And I mean, that was the point of what we put in place already.
Exactly.
So
and
those who are
that's-
staying the same thing, if we can minimize, or keep that as steady and constant as possible.
I
that would be
agree, the less
important.
disruption, the better.
Yeah.
Mr. Carr, comment?
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Go ahead, Ms. Ujedi.
I just want to make it clear that this is just a discussion tonight. We're not voting on anything. This is a direction that we're giving the board to look into based on metrics and a whole lot of other things. Correct, Dr. McCord?
That is correct. That's what this is potential next steps and recommendations if that's the way we go.
So what will determine that then? What's the next?
I would believe that it would be an agenda item at our next governing board meeting, which would be next Tuesday. We would already start with everything on there just to make sure that we're moving in that direction, but I think it would need to be an agenda item.
That would be correct, and I think this has given us, as a board, a lot to consider and to ruminate over the next several days so that we can agendize the item for our next board meeting.
I actually believe, while I understand that we may want an action item, but I believe under the previous vote where the superintendent has the ability to view the metrics and move forward with the opening of the schools, we've already authorized that. So in my mind, any vote that we have Tuesday would be, frankly, to validate or override what the superintendent already has. We've already given the superintendent authority to do, but that's my perspective.
I think I would agree with your assessment, but I also think the board needs that opportunity as well.
My concern is that we now wait a whole nother week to have any further definite, direction.
I only would suggest, Ms. Wood, that the superintendent and staff already has direction. They're already working in that regard. The timeline and dates are pretty well prescribed on the last page of the presentation. And what we would do on the 22nd would either validate the direction they've gone or negate that, assuming we have something different or better to propose.
That sounds very unsettling. That I think we're moving in this direction. Without any surprises, I think this is the direction we'll go. And of course, we know there's been lots of surprises in COVID-19. So I think that we just move forward and allow people to have some certainty with what they're doing. And of course, we probably do need a vote. But I think that we've had some discussion, and I think that there's been a lot of work put into this plan. I think this is a plan where we can open and then see how things go and hope that things go well so that we can all be back in person. I wanted to mention, especially when Ms. Antotenis was talking, I think this is really a situation where we have a community responsibility, and we on the board are trying to take care of the community responsibility. The district trying to meet the needs of students, return to school in a safe way. And we also have an individual responsibility. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to continue to do the things that are needed to bring those guidelines down so that we can have a safe return to school, and that when we do bring kids back to school, that we do those health checks, assessments, that we continue to, encourage mask wearing and hand washing and social distancing so that we can continue to have safe instruction, and that we don't have to close schools because all of a sudden there's a resurgence. I think that we want to keep people in school, and it's incumbent upon all of us to have that responsibility to keep kids and schools going by being responsible about our own behavior and making sure that we do those health checks. And, if our kid is not feeling that great, keep them home. That's not what we've always said, but keep them home. If they have a sore throat, keep them home. Maybe tomorrow it will be better and it's not COVID, but we just can't tell. on some of these symptoms until they've had a day or two. So,
Board members, other comments, questions? Mr. Carr?
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of your staff for the work on this. You've done what we asked you to do. A week ago, we asked you to come back with a plan. It's a great plan that responds to our inquiry. I think all of us approach this a little bit differently. Some of us would be. I think we all recognize that there was a vote taken to which we now need to honor that vote to meet the benchmarks. From my perspective, we promised teachers, staff, and concerned members of our community that we would not start school until the state-issued metrics were met. On the other hand, we also promised parents, students, teachers, and staff who desire in-person learning that we would return when the metrics are met. And so my objective remains to get us back to school as soon as possible within the parameters of that vote. We didn't all vote the same, but we will all stand behind that vote at this point. I feel strongly in looking at that, in looking at the data. I believe it was Mr. Johnson who referred to anticipating where the data is, and we've talked about the benchmarks. That data is going to be released this Friday that shows that within our district, we will have met the one benchmark that hasn't been met. I believe that the following Friday, we will see that we've met it 2 weeks in a row. If we look at that timeline, you've told us that you need 1 week to prepare once we've hit that metrics. So anticipating that we are hitting that and that the trends continue where they are and giving you that 1 week, that puts us back on 9/8. We're doing that. Again, recognizing that some of us would be more aggressive, some of us less aggressive on this board. We're fulfilling that promise that we would wait until the metrics are met and that we would start when metrics are met. The 2 weeks hybrid is a compromise that we're going to stand behind. It's not going to make everybody happy. At least I assume that we're going to stand behind. We asked you to come back with a recommendation, and we've given you that authority. To me, the only question that we would really revisit next week is if we're going to disagree or take a different approach. And I'm not disagreeing that we should have a vote on that. That's not my comment, but I'm ready to move forward. And this moves us forward.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. And I appreciate your sentiment and agree with much of what you said. I think our end goal as a board for everyone concerned is as soon as possible, sooner than later, at some point, all of our kids back on campus with in-person instruction and all of us moving forward. I think that's the end goal. And I think we've made some strides and taken some steps to work towards that. With that said, is there any additional commentary from members of the board? I would like to thank Dr. McCord, staff, for your indulgence over this 6-hour meeting. We'd also like to thank those who stuck with us in the audience for your diligence in doing that and your tenacity. And also would like to thank those of you who viewed this proceeding over live stream. With that, we move to item 5.01, and we are at the adjournment phase. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned.